We have an interesting topic today. We're going to be commuting. Commuting. So, commuting is the act of getting to work and coming home from work. Okay. So, some people take the bus, people take a taxi, some people walk, some people drive. This is how you get to and from work.
Mm. Yes, and it's only work. You can't commute to the supermarket or commute to the bank. It is
That's a good
just
point.
going to work and coming back. So only that journey. You say, my commute. My commute is very long, or my commute is, yeah, quite short. It's also a verb. I commute to work by train. He commutes. She commutes. In the past tense, I commuted or I used to commute. My dad, for example, used to commute 2 hours to work. That's one way from home into London was 2 hours on the by car, then by train, then by subway, then walking. So that's one way is 2 hours. And then he used to commute all the way back home. So 4 hours of commuting every day. Commute is that sometimes long journey to and from work.
Absolutely. And a little bit more casually, if you don't want to use the word commute, you can say get to work, get home from work. So, how do you get to work? I take the train, I take a bus. How long does it take you to get to work? How long does it take you to get home from work? Okay. So, to get to work, to get home is also another way that we would use get to replace this word commute. So I more naturally kind of go with the get to work. How long does it take for you to get to work? How long does it take for you to get home? But if you want to use a short and simple word, we can use the word commute. What's your commute like? So we're going to actually answer this question. Both of us are going to answer it in a little bit of our different style. Now, we kind of noticed each of us doing these dialogues, these little monologues, that we didn't actually use a lot of different vocabulary. Of course, Americans and British speakers um, tend to have a little bit of different vocabulary, but not all the time. So, this is a little bit easier lesson because if you are studying British English or particularly American English, you can use almost all these phrases with both. So, we kind of noticed that when we started making this one. So, I'm going to go ahead and lead in with a question for Mark. I'm going to say, hey, how do you usually get to work?
Mm. Being in London, I catch the tube to work. I try for the 7:45 a.m. train, but some days I end up missing it and I have to wait for the next one. It's about 20 minutes into the city centre, so I usually take the chance to catch up on the news or text some mates. I'm usually off the train by 8:15 a.m., and then after a couple of minutes of walking, I'm at work. The journey back in the afternoon is virtually the same, just with a few more commuters, I'd say.
All right,
Okay,
excellent.
and how about you? How do you usually get to work?
In the city, I rely on the subway. So I usually aim for the 7:45 a.m. train, but sometimes if I'm a tad late, I miss it and I have to wait for the next one. The journey's roughly 15 minutes, and I try and use this time to read. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. By 8 a.m., I'm a short walk away from my office. The evening commute is pretty similar, though sometimes more crowded.
Okay, so similar to last week, if you remember, Kat and I have pretty much the same kind of story. Our journey to work, or our commute to work, is pretty much the same, but I used some phrases and vocabulary, and she used some different phrases and vocabulary. So we will go through those short answers, and we will look at some of the different phrases and words that we used, compare them, and see if they are similar or different and give you some more examples so you can use them yourself. So, the first part of that script was how do you get to work? Like, what kind of transportation do you use? The bus, the train, the subway. Kat, what did you say in your one?
I said that I rely on the subway. I rely on something. Now, when you rely on something, you're dependent on that. You need that to go about your daily life. It's very important in your life. So for me, I live in the city. Perhaps I don't have a car. Maybe it's quite far away if I drive or take a taxi. So I rely on the subway. That means if the subway is broken, that's going to be very difficult for me to catch another type of transportation. So I rely on the subway. I take it every day. I try to take it at a certain time, and it makes my life more convenient and easier.
Mm. Yep. Also, totally describes my sister who lives in London. Yes, she is 35 years old, doesn't have a driver's license because in London you don't need a car. There's the bus, the subway, or the tube, which we'll talk about in a second. Yeah, you can. There is such a good public transport network that you don't need a car because you can rely on public transport. So yes, when I lived near my mum's home or with my mum when I was younger, I used to rely on the bus because I didn't have a car and that was the only way I could get into the city centre. So I used to rely on the bus. My sister still relies on public transport in London. My script was a tiny bit different. I used a different verb. I said I catch. I take the bus, I catch the bus. I
Mm.
take the train, I catch the train. Kind of the image is that the train is coming past, like it's not stopping, and you have to like catch and it'll pull you into the city. Um, Catch is another word for take.
Mm.
Um, because I'm from the UK and I mentioned London, I also used a specific word for the subway transport system in London, and it's the tube.
Yeah, that was one word that would be different, but it is very specific just to London.
Yes. You'll also hear it in a British accent. It starts with the TU, so it makes a ch sound. The
Tube.
tube. Yeah, I catch the tube. This is specifically the London system.
Mhm.
The system in Paris, the subway in Paris, is
The
not the tube.
metro. Mhm.
Yeah, right. The metro, in the one in Moscow is not the tube. The one in New York is not the tube.
No.
Only the London one is the tube. I think literally because the tunnels are shaped like a kind of
I
circle.
what about other cities in the UK? Do you also catch the tube? Do you catch the tube? I can't say it with tube. It just sounds more natural to say the tube.
Hmm.
Do you
Yep.
and because it's so quintessentially British that I have to say the tube because there's no other way it feels like to say it.
Right. Um, there are other. I think there's only one or two other subway systems
Mhm.
in the UK, but the tube is only London.
Okay, I
That's
see.
like
Yeah.
London's one.
Okay.
So yeah, the tube transports hundreds and thousands of people every single day. And yeah, if someone says the tube, they're talking about the London system only. So yeah, my dad used to commute on the tube in London, and like many other people do, including my sister again. So yeah, I catch the bus, I catch the train, I catch the tube.
And we can catch other things as well. It's kind of like, we catch a taxi, catch a bus, catch the train. So it's funny because if it's your specific bus line, I catch the bus. If we don't know what bus line it is, we just need to take a bus, any bus, we can catch a bus. So because Mark and I have specific trains that we take in the morning, we catch the train. We catch this specific train. We
Mm,
catch the train in the morning, meaning my specific train line, my specific bus line. We would never say catch the taxi because we never have a specific taxi. It could be any taxi in the city. So we often say catch a taxi. I try to catch a taxi early in the morning to get to the airport or something like that, or to get to work. So just a kind of those little words sometimes are a little difficult for some of my students. Catch a taxi, catch a bus, catch a train. If you are taking any train, any line. But if you have your specific routine in mind, I catch the train, I catch the bus. It's the same bus we always take.
Mm. Yes, that's a good point. That comes up in the next section we're going to talk about. We use the article, the, to mean a specific one or the same one that we usually take. And in the next lines, what time do you try to get the train? What did you say?
Actually, Mark, we have a quick question from
Oh,
Maria. Is there the overground also in London?
oh yes, that's right. There's the underground, which I'll write here. The underground is the tube. That's the same thing. But recently, yeah, they upgraded and added some new lines that go overground. These are ones that don't go through the tunnels. I think if you want to get to some famous landmarks like the O2 Arena, which is a big concert hall and event center, then you can take the overground or
Mm.
the DLR. They have a few different names. But yeah, it's basically two different types of trains. It's all part of the rail network in London, though. So yeah, the overground or the underground. They'll
Mm.
both take you wherever you need to go.
Well, that's interesting. I didn't even know they had that. Okay,
Mm.
so you were mentioning what time do you get the train? Okay, or what time do you try to get the train? And I said that I aim for. Okay, just like when you are shooting an arrow and you want it to go somewhere specific, I aim for something. Meaning, I try to leave my house on time. I really want to try to catch that train in particular. So I really aim for the 7:45 a.m. I know that I can arrive just on time and catch it. Or if I'm running a little late, I'm really trying to hurry up to catch that one because I'm really aiming for that one. If I don't catch it, I might be a little bit late. So I'm aiming for the 7:45 or I'm shooting for. Okay, so that's the same thing. If you shoot an arrow, you aim, okay, you are aiming for something and then you shoot it. Okay, so I shoot for. Yeah, I usually shoot for the 7:45 because then 15 minutes. I arrive at my building at 8 a.m. I'm not late, right? So I aim for this or I shoot for this. That means I'm really trying hard to get there and to succeed at catching that train in particular.
Mm. It's also a good phrase if you're making plans with someone and you want to go out and meet at the cinema and the movie starts at 7, so you arrange to meet a little bit earlier so you can buy the tickets and buy your snacks. So maybe when you're texting your friend you can say, yeah, the movie starts at 8, so let's shoot for 7:30. So around 7:30. Try to arrive around
Yeah,
7:30. Let's shoot
that
for them.
that's exactly right. So yeah, if we're hey, let's aim for 8 o'clock. Meaning 7:55 is okay, 8:05 is okay, but please don't be much later. Let's really,
Mhm.
really try. Let's aim for 8 o'clock. Okay. So
Mm,
yeah, let's shoot for 8 o'clock. If it's not exactly 8 o'clock, that's okay. That's okay. But let's aim for that. Let's shoot for that.
mm. In my version of the script, I said I try for the 7:50 train. Aim for, shoot for, try for. They all have the same meaning, the same preposition. To go back to what we were saying about articles with the
Mhm.
tube, the subway, or the train, I try for the 7:50 a.m.
Mm,
train. Again,
yeah.
the is the specific one, the one at 7:50.
Hmm.
So I need an article before the time, the 7:50 train. There's only one train on the platform at that time. If someone says, "What time is it?" "Oh, it's 7:50." But I need the 7:50 train. The means it's the specific one. This is also true for other public transport types. When I go back to my mum's village in the UK, I take the 66 bus. There's only one of those, and there's only one of those going around. So it's the specific one, the 66 bus. It's true before any time, the 1 p.m. train, the 5 o'clock train.
Think of the time as like an adjective. Like I want the red bus. I want the 6:50 bus. I want the big bus. Like
Mm,
I want that specific one. So the time there is almost acting like an adjective. So we're saying this specific one, the red bus, the 7:50 bus, the bus that goes to London. Okay, so we're looking for that one in particular.
mm, okay. Sorry, I just saw the comment from Maria. The overground goes from Enfield to Clapham in London, and Maria knows the tube because she lived in East Finchley for a while.
Cool.
Awesome. Okay, you probably know more about it than I do.
You probably
I
know
haven't
more
been in
about it
London.
than me too, as an American. I've never lived in London, so that's very cool.
Mm,
We've learned a
right.
lot. Let's have a look at back at our lesson. What do you do during the ride? What do you do during the ride? Now, the ride, meaning I'm riding the train, I'm riding the bus. What do you do during that time that you are sitting on the train, sitting on the bus, sitting in the taxi ride, even? So, what do you do during the ride?
Mm. I usually take the chance to catch up on the news or text some mates. Yes, like me and probably a lot of other commuters, when I'm commuting, I'm probably just looking at my phone. So I don't have time during breakfast. I'm eat my breakfast, I'm out the door, and then sitting on the train is the first time I have to open my phone and actually catch up. So I take the chance to catch up on new stories, new headlines, announcements, or posts from my friends. And maybe I message some of my friends. I text my friends. Uh, this is the most British word in my script. My mates. My
Yeah, that's true.
mates, my friends.
Yeah, we would definitely not use my mates in America. The first time I ever heard it, I thought it was a little weird, to be honest. So, yes, in America, mates are romantic love interests. So when you say my mates, I think people you are romantically involved with, and so, but in British English, my mates, my friends, and in America, my friends are just my friends. So,
Yes.
what do I do during the ride? I try and use this time to read, but I usually just end up scrolling on my phone. So, I have good intentions. I want to do something productive, but I end up doing something. Maybe I don't want to get my book out. Maybe I think, oh, it's just a short ride. Maybe I'm finishing a conversation with a friend. So I end up doing something. So I wanted to do this, but I ended up doing this instead. In other words, what did you finally at the end up doing? What did you finally do instead of reading a book? I ended up scrolling on my phone instead. So, good intentions, but maybe next time I'll try and read when I'm on the bus or on the train.
Mm. We wanted to add some other phrases, especially in this moment where you're going to work and maybe you haven't woken up yet. Mentally, you are still a bit of a zombie. Maybe you haven't had any coffee yet. So you're on autopilot. You are going to work, and when you arrive at work, maybe you won't remember this journey. And if you sit on the train in the morning and you look at other commuters, maybe some people are zoned out. They just zone out. Maybe they're not looking at their phone, they're just staring at the window or they're staring at the floor because they're still tired. It's early in the morning. Maybe they're not super excited about going to work. Sometimes I do that too. I just zone out. Some people are like asleep. Some people try to catch up on some sleep. Me too. I try to catch up on some sleep. Maybe I have time for 5 minutes or 10 minutes of sleep, so I have a bit more energy at work. Other people, Maybe they have a big presentation, a big meeting, or a really important thing today. So they are thinking about the meeting. They're going over the script again and again. I'm mentally preparing myself for the day. So some people are quite focused, mentally preparing themselves for the day. Or one more phrase, I have to psych myself up. Psych myself up, like get myself ready, build up my energy, build up some confidence to take on the day. Again, maybe because I have a difficult day or an important day, I psych myself up. So some people are drinking lots of coffee, or they're, looking at some confidence boosting videos on YouTube to make themselves feel big. There's lots of things that people are doing during this ride. Okay. So, uh, one thing that students often get wrong, or a mistake that we often correct as teachers, is the word work. Work as a place. So this is tricky because the prepositions are a bit different. Sometimes the articles are not where you think they'd be. So how did you say it in your script?
Okay, so I think a lot of our students like to use the word job, office, and work. But we do use a little bit of, the different articles in each one. So, my office, the office, my job, my work. But however, so I'm a short walk away from my office. I'm a short walk away from my office. I'm a short walk away from my building. Okay. So my office building, my office. I'm a short walk away from this place, my office. But if you want to use the word work, we don't usually say my work, my the work. We would just simply use the word work. So I'm a short walk away from work. I'm a short walk away from the office. I'm a short walk away from my job. Okay, so if we are a short walk away, my work, my job, my office, we just need the word work. Okay, so I'm at work. I'm a short walk away from work. All right, so that's one of those words like from school, from home, from work.
Mm,
These are really easy ones that we use all the time and they don't usually need an article.
mm. Yes, so those are the only three correct ones. My office, I'm at my office. The office is okay. I'm at the office. Or I'm at work. At work. Work is the place. Obviously, if you work in an office, then I'm at my office, I'm at the office. If you work in a supermarket, if you work in a bank, if you work in the post office, I'm at work. Work covers any place where you do your job or do your work. So, yeah, my work is wrong. I'm at my job, wrong. It's I'm at work or I'm at the office. If someone calls you and says, "Hey, where are you?" Say, "Oh, I'm at work. What do you want?" So, in my sentences in my script, I said, after a couple of minutes of walking, I'm at work. I arrive at work at 8:30, or I take the subway to work. I take the bus to work. I catch the tube to work. So work is the place. But the last point that we'll discuss is coming home, coming back. About coming home again. What did you say in your scripts?
Okay, so how about coming home again? So now, of course, part of your commute is not just getting to work, but it's coming back from work as well. Now, oftentimes it's just the opposite, right? So you go to work, you take the train. You come home, you take the train. But sometimes people hit rush hour, especially early in the morning or late in the evening when people are all coming home from work at the same time. Some people can leave their house early and they get there early. so they don't hit rush hour. But some people don't have as much flexibility with coming home. You want to try to get home as soon as possible, but you might run into some rush hour. So, my evening commute, meaning when I'm coming home, my evening commute is similar, though sometimes more crowded. So I can talk about my commute in two pieces: my morning commute, when I'm going to work in the morning, and my evening commute, when I'm coming home in the evening.
Mm, absolutely. In my phrase or my script, I said, the journey back in the afternoon is virtually this. Try again. The journey back in the afternoon is virtually the same, just with a few more commuters. So in my script, a few more commuters, those are passengers coming home from work. Again, you're only a commuter if you're coming home from work, or you're only a commuter if you're going to work. Everyone else are just passengers. So the journey back, the journey home is virtually the same. If you take the same train at the same time every day, you might start to recognize some other commuters around you. They might become your sort of secret commuter buddies. You might also hear commuter trains. If it's a train during the morning rush hour, people will call it a commuter train because most of the passengers on that train are commuters. So if you're a tourist, you want to avoid commuter trains because they're packed, they're full of people, and sometimes they're more expensive as well. So if you can avoid the commuter trains in the morning, you could have a more relaxing journey. You may get a seat and you might save some money at the same time. So, yes.
I think we also use this too because we actually live in a neighborhood with lots of young families. So a lot of our neighbors are commuters. So right outside our neighborhood, most people are fact waiting in line to drive their car out to connect to the highway to get into the city. So even though we chose to live in a suburb, we have a lot of commuters here. They leave around 8 o'clock in the morning. The traffic is from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, that rush hour traffic. And then we could probably say the same thing in the evening, although a little bit more flexible in the evening. It's not a designated time, since a lot of commuters might go out to eat after work or they might stay late to work a little bit late. So there's not as much rush hour in the evening time during the evening commute, but definitely the morning commute. So many commuters leaving the neighborhood that it gets pretty packed in the morning.
Mm. Okay, so those are the five main points we wanted to discuss about our little scripts today. There's one more thing we wanted to do in the last few minutes to give you some takeaway sentences. These are sentences that me and Kat will repeat and then give you a moment to repeat the sentence too. It includes all the vocabulary that you've seen and heard so far in the scripts. We've got some high level sentences that you can use to talk about public transport in your own life. Kat will read a sentence that's in the present tense because it's a routine and it's your usual commute. I'll read one in the past tense if you're telling a story. So listen to Kat and try to repeat after her.
Okay. I catch the train to work. I
This
catch
morning,
the train to work.
sorry. In the past, this morning I caught the train to work.
I take the subway to the office.
This morning I took the subway to the office.
I usually aim for the 7:45 a.m. bus.
This morning I aimed for the 7:45 bus, but I missed it.
I usually just zone out.
This morning I just zoned out.
I try to catch up on some sleep.
This morning I tried to catch up on some sleep.
I mentally prepare myself for the day.
This morning, I mentally prepared myself for the day.
I psych myself up for the day.
This morning, I psyched myself up for the day.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for our class today. You can watch the replay as soon as we close out this section. And I hope to see you again next week for our very next high level listening, episode 3. Okay. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, high
Hello.
level listeners. Welcome.
Hello, high level listeners. Yes, welcome to episode 3 of our Advanced English live classes. Today, we're going to be talking about lunch and your lunch break when you have a little bit of time in the middle of the day to grab some food. So, today, like we've done in previous episodes, we will read a short passage each about our lunch break. So, the question today is, what do you do on your lunch break?
So, for lunch today, I decided to take a little break from the office. Left around noon and headed out with some colleagues. We chose a nearby eatery and grabbed a quick bite. I opted for a sandwich and some chips. The conversation was great, and it's always refreshing to catch up outside the usual work setting. The whole lunch outing took about 45 minutes, so I was back in good time to settle back into my afternoon tasks. All right, so that was my side, kind of more my American style. And now I'm going to ask Mark the same question. What do you do on your lunch break?
I really needed to get out of the office for lunch today. At about noon, a couple of workmates and I went down to a local cafe that we usually go to for lunch. I had a sandwich and a warm drink. I think it's nice to chat in a more relaxed environment, and I'd say we had a good hour to enjoy our meals and have a proper chat. Once we wrapped up, I went back up. I think we were all feeling good about the rest of the afternoon.
So,
Okay.
just a couple of things before we get into the actual language structure. Just a couple of things that I noticed as the biggest differences between our lunch break. American lunch breaks are notoriously short. You had well over an hour, just about an hour to kind of get there, settle in, enjoy yourselves. But me and my colleagues, we had about 45 minutes because by the time we got down the stairs, got down the elevator, went to the place, ordered the food, sat down, we are fast eaters in America. So I was kind of wondering, Mark, do you think that you usually try to eat pretty quickly on your lunch break, or do you have a little bit of time to settle in and have something?
I think the UK is somewhere in the middle. Like, I've heard the stories of the USA. From what I've heard, people in America eat their lunch at their desk.
Mm,
Maybe they
yeah,
don't even leave the office. They literally move their keyboard to the side and then eat right there.
I've
Maybe
done
even
that.
right, right. So then I think the UK is about an hour or maybe 45 minutes if you
Mm,
work in an office.
okay,
Office jobs seem to have a slightly more generous amount of time, so about
okay.
1 hour. And then, yeah, we all dream of having these like Italian or French lunch breaks that are 2 hours or 3 hours long, where you go back to work at 3 p.m. We dream of that. I think we have something a little bit in the middle, so about an hour ish.
Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. The second thing that I kind of noticed was you said your workmates, and I said my colleagues. Now, I get this question a lot from some of my students. What's the difference between colleagues and coworkers? Most of the time, we would use coworkers if it's a little bit more informal. So, my coworkers, maybe at a retail job or at a restaurant job, my coworkers. Colleagues might feel more like someone that's on your level, especially someone in a bit more of a business situation or a work office. But definitely, we use both of them, colleagues and coworkers. And what was the word that you used, Mark?
I said a couple of workmates.
Hmm.
Yes, I feel like if you say colleagues, you're
Hmm.
trying to keep this professional distance
Oh, yeah,
where,
that's a good point.
right, so they are colleagues from work. We
Mhm.
interact at work, And at 5 o'clock, we say, okay, bye bye, see you tomorrow. We don't
Yeah.
go to a restaurant together or a pub together after work. So
Right.
colleagues sounds like you're not super close.
Okay.
Workmates sounds a little bit closer, feels
Mhm.
a little bit closer. Like maybe you go out for a drink after work, or maybe you hang out in your free time. So colleagues is most professional. Workmates, you're a little bit closer to each other.
Would you use the word coworkers or would you prefer to use workmates?
Uh, Workmates, I would choose workmates. I
Okay.
think coworkers was actually a phrase I picked up in Korea
Oh,
when I was
really?
teaching there.
Okay.
That was the first time I heard
Okay.
coworkers.
So
Yeah.
now, when you say workmates, because I know mates in British English means like friends, would you consider those people friends or just simply people that you are like classmate? I would use classmate
Hmm.
but you use mates for friends. So I was just wondering if you would consider those people your friends.
Sure, it definitely depends. I think it has the word mates in
Mhm.
it, but like you said, it's the same as roommates,
Yeah.
housemates, classmates, teammates. It just has the word mates in it.
Mhm.
Um, if the most professional is colleagues, then closer and friendlier is workmates. And then if you are like close, maybe
Mhm.
you hang out at the weekend, I would say a friend from work.
I would say
A friend from
exactly
work.
that as well. Yeah, a friend from work. Would you also say like a mate from work? A work like a my mate at work? My mate
Mm,
from work? What
a
would you
mate
say?
from work. Yeah, he's
Uh-huh.
my mate from work.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a mate from work. Yeah, Jamie is coming over tonight. He's a mate from work. You'll know.
Right. And I would say the same thing. He's a friend from work. She's a friend from work because I think instead of a work friend, you're more focused on the fact that you are friends. You just also work together.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Okay. So one of the things you said in your script was I needed to take a little break from the office.
Yes.
Then in my version,
Absolutely.
I said
Hmm.
I needed to get out of the office. So it sounds like we were both a little bit tired.
Hmm.
We both needed a break. I needed to get out, like escape. I was tired, I was bored, and maybe I was hungry, which didn't help things. So, get out of the office is to take a break. Needed to get out of the office. Get out. Um, Take a little break from the office.
Absolutely. So I think if I was taking a little break from something, okay, I'm taking a little break from studying. I'm taking a little break from this. I also think that I'm going to be moving away from that. Okay, I need to take a little break from this. I need to stop doing it and I need to go do something else, go somewhere else. So if I'm taking a little break from the office, that's from the place I'm in. So I think I will definitely be removing myself from that situation. I'll be going outside of the office. So it's usually if you have lunch outside of the office. What's also very common is to take your lunch from home. So if you take your lunch from home, you don't need to go out from the office. You don't need to leave the office. You can simply take your lunch, leave it in the refrigerator, use the rest area or the kind of the coworkers lounge to go and eat, heat up your food, or some people, yes, a lot of Americans simply eat at their desk. So they can eat in the break room, they can eat in the area provided for the coworkers or colleagues, like a lounge or a break room. And of course, because Americans don't always have a lot of time, we often bring our lunch, take our lunch, and eat it at our desks.
Mm. Yes, I remembered another phrase you could use with get out of the office.
Hmm.
Times I need to get out of the house. Maybe I've been at home for a long time, just doing chores or working, and I need to go outside. I need a change of environment because, yeah, I just want to refresh my mind. I want to recharge my batteries. I just need to get out of the house.
Hmm.
Sometimes I feel that way, even if I have a day off and I'm relaxing on the sofa and I'm just playing on my phone. Even after that, I feel a little bit bored or
Hmm.
restless. I just need to get out of the house. So that can
Yeah.
happen at work as well.
Need to take a little break from the house. You're so used to it. Maybe we haven't left the house in a couple of days. And oh man, I really just need to get out of the house.
Mm.
Okay, so next we're talking about where did you go for lunch? Okay, so where did you go for lunch? And let's go ahead and ask Mark. So on your lunch break, where did you end up going? Where did you go for lunch?
A couple of workmates and I went down to a local cafe. So, workmates, we discussed, are close, and we went down. That's an important word for native speakers because we use this, and I think we use down and we're not even aware of it. We do it without thinking. We often use went down when you walk to or go to a building, or in this case, a cafe. I went down to a cafe. I went down to a restaurant. People in the UK might say, I went down to the gym. I went down to the pub. And it's a very common expression. It's totally correct if you say, I went to a cafe. I went to the pub. That's totally fine. Native speakers like to add this extra word. I went down to the pub. I went down to the gym. It doesn't mean that it's very far away. If anything, it means it's rather close, or it's
Mhm.
a usual place that you usually go to. My mum often says, I went down to the supermarket and found this really cheap thing. So, went down, maybe you'll hear that more often in the UK. Later on, we'll discuss went up because there is a difference, and that's something we're doing in our subconscious. But we'll talk about that later. Um, so where did you go for lunch, Kat?
Okay, so in my bit, I said something like we headed out. Let me just double check. Okay, so I we headed out. We headed out. I headed out with some colleagues. We chose a nearby eatery. Okay, so I headed out. If you've listened to high level listening before, we've used this verb before. It just naturally shows up quite a bit. We often use it to replace the word go. Okay, so we went to this place. We left work and went to this place. But more casually, I would probably say we headed out. And I like this because we headed to the restaurant. We went to the restaurant. We headed out to the restaurant. I think we went to the restaurant and left another building. Okay, so we headed out. We went out. We left. Okay, so not only did we go to the restaurant, but we left the building. We headed out of the building to the restaurant. We headed out of the place, leaving and going into and headed out to the restaurant. Now, this phrase is very common. It does replace the word went or go, headed out, leaving a place, going to a new place, heading out.
Mm. Yeah, I imagine we headed out of the airport and took a taxi. Like we left the airport and took a taxi. So headed out. Yeah, you're leaving a building. Again, we've discussed this in a previous episode that head out more American than in the UK. I think in the UK you're less likely to hear that phrase. In England, we might just say go. We went to a local cafe, or I said I went down to a
Mhm.
local cafe. So, when you were in the eatery, what did you have to eat?
Okay, so at this point, we grabbed a quick bite. Okay, we grabbed a quick bite. I grabbed a sandwich. Now, of course, the verb to grab. Okay, so if I grab something, that means to physically go and take it. Right? I grabbed it. But we often use the word grabbed when it's kind of something fast, okay? Maybe you literally grabbed a sandwich at like an eatery, or if you're at a cafe or if you're at a restaurant, I grabbed a quick bite. I grabbed a quick bite. Now, bite, a quick bite to eat. I grabbed a quick bite, that would mean that I ordered something very simple and easy, maybe soup and salad or a sandwich, something that's fast. We grabbed a quick bite. We grabbed a quick bite. So you could even use this for inviting your friends out. Hey, do you want to grab a coffee? If someone says to me, "Do you want to grab a coffee?" I would think maybe it's going to be for about an hour. We can have a little chat, grab a coffee, or we might grab a coffee to go. Even faster, grab a coffee, get the to go cup, maybe have a little chat, nice and quick. Okay, so grabbing a coffee, grabbing a quick bite, grabbing a sandwich. I think you're kind of moving pretty quick. Maybe you don't have a lot of time, like our lunch breaks. So you need to do something quick.
Hmm.
What about you, Mark? What did you have?
I had a sandwich and a warm drink. A warm drink, probably a cup of tea if we're in the UK. And yes, I specifically chose a sandwich because Brits love sandwiches. I literally saw an article earlier saying that over 50% of British people eat a sandwich every single day.
That's a lot.
56%. Yeah, that's a lot of sandwiches. Um, I guess it helps that in supermarkets in the UK, there is a huge variety of
Mm,
sandwiches.
mhm,
It's actually impressive. Any kind of meat filling, vegetables, vegetarian options.
mm.
There's so many types. And they're often part of deals where you can buy a drink, a snack, and a sandwich together, and it's very cheap. So it's super convenient, especially if you only have a short lunch break. You can grab it. We use that word too. Grab it because you're in a hurry and you don't have a lot of time. You don't need a fork and a knife to eat a sandwich either. You can just
That's
use
true.
your hands.
Eat it
There's
on the
no,
go.
yeah, you can walk and eat it on the go. You can grab and go. A lot of people are eating lunch and walking back to the office already. So sandwiches are a big deal in the UK, and you're allowed to put pretty much anything inside a sandwich, and it's fair game. So, yeah, I think it's very appropriate that I had a sandwich and a warm drink. That sounds very British.
Very British. Actually, I did want to ask you because I think that is one of the biggest cultural differences between Americans and Brits. It besides having a coffee, we actually very rarely order a warm drink, especially if we're having lunch. It's even if we get a glass of water, even if we get a glass of tea or a glass of iced tea, that is one of the biggest differences that I we always have these iced drinks in America. A lot of my students from different cultures say, "What? How can you drink iced water? How can you drink iced tea? Warm water is better for you." But in America, we culturally just love iced drinks, whether it's iced soda, iced water, or iced tea.
Mm. Yes, that's one thing I like about America. And is it free as well? Free water? Free
Always
iced
free
tea?
water. Always
Mm.
free water, but you have to pay for the iced tea. However, when you buy a drink for say 2 or $3 at a restaurant, for sodas and iced tea, you get free refills. Now, a refill is where they come and fill up your glass again when it's empty. So, iced tea has free refills, Sprite, Coke, sodas, those are all at restaurants usually free refills.
Mm. All right. And those are usually cold drinks. In the UK, it's warm drinks like coffee, tea, things like that.
Do you get free refills?
No.
It's so
No
common.
way.
It's so common in the United States. I wonder if we're the only country that does free refills.
Right? You're pretty generous. Yeah.
Hmm,
Food experience in the UK in the US is a generous one for sure.
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. And what about after the meal? After you finished eating, what did you hang around or did you go straight back?
Actually, it's pretty common. Americans always do so many things at the same time. We just don't have time to really separate it out. So while I'm grabbing a sandwich or while I'm ordering something, I'm actually going to be talking to my colleagues, kind of catching up with them, and just seeing if there's any, office gossip or anything that I've missed out on. So usually, especially if I've gone out of the office with some colleagues, we'll just have a little chat. Okay. So we can have a little chat. And if we're going to say catch up, I might talk with a friend I haven't seen in a while. I might ask them some business questions if it would be a good time to chat with them. And just in general, catching up with someone is just learning the new information about them. Do you have any news? Do you have anything new? I want to catch up with you. I want to learn new things about you. Did you do something new? Can you give me some more information about your life? Let's catch up. Let's catch
Mm,
up.
sure. It might be a phrase that we also used in another episode when you're on the train and you are reading the news for the
Mhm.
first time. Maybe, something happened in another country while you were asleep. You wake up and you catch up. Social media, you catch up on the news. You can do the same thing face to face. You can talk to someone if you haven't seen them for a while or haven't spoken to them for a while. You can catch up and learn the news, the gossip. Um, yeah, another type of tea. Tea is that slang for gossip
Yes,
in the States?
definitely.
Right. Yeah,
The
get the
tea.
tea.
Get the tea. Get the tea. Spill the tea.
Mm, get the gossip.
Yes. Get the
Mm.
goss. Get the goss.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, another word that we had that I thought was interesting, the word outing. The word outing. So, let's see where I said this here. Let's see. Overall, the whole lunch outing took about 45 minutes. Okay, the whole lunch outing. Now, an outing, outing, an outing is kind of a special time where you get to go out. Okay, so maybe I usually take my lunch to work. Okay, so a kind of a nice event would be, a little lunch outing. I'm going with my colleagues. We're kind of choosing a place. We get to chat a little bit. Feels kind of special. Little lunch outing. Going out with some people, kind of like a nicer event than just simply eating your food at your desk, right? A nice little outing. The whole outing, the whole experience, the whole event took about 45 minutes.
Mm. It's a very flexible word, an outing, because it's a
Hmm.
word you can also use on vacation or holiday.
Oh, okay.
If you have an outing, if you decide to leave your hotel and go to the beach and
Mm.
relax and enjoy it, that is
Yeah, that's
an
true.
outing to the beach. One of the first thoughts is a boat. If you went out on a lake, you were on a boat, that's an outing as well. So
Okay.
it's a trip, essentially, a kind of trip, but you can use it in this context, going to a little restaurant and eating, that's an outing, or even something bigger on vacation that takes a few hours, that's also an outing.
Absolutely. I don't know if I would use it as often for vacation, but that's interesting that you use that. I probably use more of an excursion on vacation, but definitely a beach outing. I would definitely use that because that feels like a special trip, like you said, where we are all going out together. We're going out to the beach. We're going out to on vacation. We're going out for lunch. We're going out for dinner. All of these lunch outing, a
Mm,
beach outing, a dinner outing. Definitely. Yeah, that sounds really cool.
right. There's another example where the short, rushed American lunch break versus the slightly longer UK break. In my script, I said, we had a good hour to enjoy our meals.
Mhm.
A good hour.
A good
Um,
hour, not a
right.
bad
So
hour.
not a bad hour, but a good hour. So good, a good hour here. It's not about if I had fun or
Right,
not, or it's not about the conversation, and it's not about the food either. A good hour is 60 whole minutes.
right.
We arrived at 1 p.m. and we stayed and we ate and we talked. We left at 2 p.m. We spent a full hour, a
Mhm.
good hour. So a good hour, you're emphasizing that you spent the full time.
Yeah.
You could say, we talked for a good few hours,
Yeah.
a
Mhm.
good couple of hours. And that means you were talking the whole time. You
Yeah.
really used all of it.
Mhm. How long was the presentation? Yeah, it was a good 2 hours.
Mm,
And now that's an example of where good doesn't necessarily mean that I had a good time. Uh-huh. Yeah, it was a full 2 hours. It was a good 2 hours. They talked the whole time. Okay. So that is a good example of how good doesn't always mean great or had a good time. This is a whole 60 minutes, a good 60 minutes. So it can just depend on your tone of voice and what you say afterwards, whether you actually enjoyed that time or not.
mm. Yeah, yeah, it can be bad too. We waited for a good 30 minutes
Yes,
before they
exactly.
opened the gate. Yeah, so it can be good or bad.
So, well, now that we've tied up lunch and we're finished up, it's time to head back to the office. Similarly, Mark, what would you say when you're ready to go back to the office?
Mm. In my script, I said once we wrapped up or finished, I went back up. This connects with what I was saying earlier, how we went down to a local cafe and then we went back up. I think native speakers have this subconscious sense of direction. If we're
Hmm.
going up, then we say up. If you're going north, we say went up. In this case, let's imagine I work in an office, so it's a few floors. I'm going back up in the lift or the elevator. I push my button and I go up to my office. And we use went down and went up. And I think native speakers will change the preposition if we know that you're going upwards, or if you're going down or south. So in this case, I'm going back up in an elevator or in a lift. So I went back up to work. In my hometown in Colchester, the main town is on top of a hill. The main street is up there. So if you arrive at the train station, you have to go up North Hill. So if you're starting there and you're telling the story, native speakers will say, "Yeah, I went up into town. I went up North Hill. I went up to the restaurant on North Hill," because you are rising. You're literally going up. Again, the sentence is correct if you say, "I went to North Hill, I went to town." That's totally fine. But native speakers will always add this little detail. I went up. So that's what I did here. Because I'm going up in a lift, I went back up to work. Do they do that in the States as well?
Yes, I think we definitely have this idea, especially if we're used to our city map. Naturally know what's kind of north and what's kind of south. Now, if you're in a small street, go up the street, go down the street, we might need some elevation. We use this more for cities. I'm originally from Houston, Texas, and if we go up to Dallas, that's north, or if we go over to Austin, that's west. If we go over to New Orleans, that's east. So going north, go up, going down to Mexico, but going over would be west or east. So we usually use that when we talk about going from city to city.
Yeah, that's true. My mum is from Scotland. Scotland
Hmm.
is in the north, so if we visit them up there, I went up to Scotland. We'll always add that detail, even though it's not necessary. I think we just want to give you a really clear image in your mind.
Because
Went
if
up
you
to
say,
Scotland.
"Yeah, I went to Scotland," I think of just, okay, that happened. All right. But if you say, "I went up to Scotland," I really think about the trip that you're taking from the south to the north. Okay. So I kind of gives us a little bit more of like a longer activity as well.
Mm, yeah.
Okay, so when I got back to the office, okay, so I left the office, I came back again, so I came back. I settled back in. Okay, I settled back in. So it took about 45 minutes. I had about 15 minutes to settle back in. When you settle back into something, you're getting comfortable again. Think of, in the morning, you have your coffee, you're sitting down. Okay, all right, so I'm going to open my emails. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, oh, yeah, need to do this. And then when you finally feel comfortable and you're really starting to work, you are settled in. Okay, I'm settled in. Now, of course, you work, work, work. You leave, you go have lunch, and then you come back come again, you return. We would also settle back in. Okay, so we are settling back in, getting ready, getting comfortable to work again.
In fact, in both of our scripts, we both used back.
Yeah,
It said went back up, settle back in. So back is returning to the office. We were there, we had lunch, now we're going back. To settle back in, went back up. Okay, and that's the last point of this
that's it.
little script analysis. That's all we have for you guys today. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned some new phrases and expressions. And now, when you talk about your lunch break or your lunch time, whether it's long or short, you've got some phrases to help you express yourself and describe exactly what usually happens or what you did yesterday or the week before. The topic we'll be discussing today is your afternoon. This is episode 4, so if you've been following, we started in the morning, we did our commute to work, then we had lunch, and now we are here after lunch. We've had something to eat, we've had a little break, we went back up to the office, and we are here. So we're both going to share our experiences of an ordinary afternoon at work. I'll read a short script, so will Kat, and then we'll discuss the differences in the vocabulary, grammar, any interesting phrases or high level English you need to know. So, I think Kat will go first. What did you do this afternoon?
So this afternoon was business as usual for me. I was at work by 1 p.m. after grabbing a quick lunch. My desk, went through the day's emails, and then jumped into a couple of meetings. After that, I worked on some reports and chatted with colleagues about upcoming projects, took a short break, had a coffee, and then wrapped up the day by setting up my tasks for tomorrow. All in all, a standard afternoon. What about you, Mark? What did you do this afternoon?
This afternoon was much of the same, really. I got back into the office at about 1 after a decent lunch, checked my emails, then had a chat with some workmates about the tasks we still had left for the week. I looked over a couple of documents, and then obviously I had my usual tea break. Rounded off the afternoon by getting everything sorted out for the next day. Fairly standard day, to be honest.
Absolutely. So, as you can see, both Mark and I actually had very similar days, but we used a little bit of different language. Our dialogues and our little paragraphs and descriptions, these are meant to be filled with good vocabulary and also to give you a few different ways, kind of to say the same thing. Americans and Brits, all English speakers, we never just say the standard way. There's always a different way to talk about things. So we're kind of giving you lots of different options. What we're going to do now is we're going to go through most of the expressions, most of the vocabulary bits, the grammar parts, and we're going to dissect it a little bit. So let's go ahead and start. I we asked about the afternoon. So Mark, how was your afternoon?
It was much of the same. The first line of my script this afternoon was much of the same. These 4 words are part of an expression that you can't really change. I can't change any of these words. Much of the same. And that means it was pretty normal. It was the same as yesterday, the same as the day before, the same as last week. It was much of the same. So I did the same tasks, I did the same kind of routine. If you're in a conversation, you can use this as your answer. If somebody says, how was your morning? It was much of the same. How was your afternoon? Yeah, it was much of the same. Well, how was your weekend? It was much of the same. How about you? How was your afternoon?
This afternoon was business as usual for me. Okay, so business as usual. Now, you think that business has to be at work. Now, I am at work during this time. I got back from grabbing a quick lunch. Business as usual. This just means that nothing really changed. It was similar to my normal routine. A lot of people, your work doesn't really change day to day. So it was just business as usual. It was the same as it usually is. Okay. Nothing really changed in my routine. I do the same things I normally do. I did the same things I normally do pretty much every day. Okay. So it was business as usual.
Mm. Oh, quick question. Uh, can you only use that phrase for work, or can you use that
It
phrase for other things?
It does sound like business as usual. Sounds like you would use it only at work, but I could use it in other places, even at school. Yep, business as usual. Continue doing the same things that you normally do. Most people tend to use it as work because business is business and the business continues on, does the same thing. But we could also use it in different situations where you might be working on something. Business as usual. Just keep going with your normal routine.
Okay, we'll continue through the dialogue. Um, what time did you get back to work?
So I was at work by 1 p.m. after grabbing a quick lunch. When did I get back to work?
Mm,
By 1 p.m. By 1 p.m. Yeah, I was at work by 1 p.m. That means that 1 p.m. is the end of my lunch and I was there by 1 p.m. Maybe 12:55, maybe 12:59, but I was definitely at work before 1 p.m. or by 1 p.m. after grabbing a quick lunch. I use this phrase quite a bit, especially when it comes to food. Americans eat their food so quickly. We are always grabbing a bite, grabbing a quick lunch. This is just pretty common when you go out quickly, you grab something physically, or you get a quick meal. You eat lunch very quickly, or you grab something that you buy and take away or take out, something like that. So after grabbing a quick lunch.
mm. It
And what
makes sense
about
in
you? Mhm.
sorry. In the previous episode, we talked about how American lunch breaks are so short. So yeah, grab, like you don't even stop, grab lunch, grab a sandwich, or grab a snack. So the emphasis is really on speed. You ate it quickly,
Definitely.
you bought it quickly, you grabbed it. Yeah, for my lunch, I made a quick mention of it. I had a decent lunch. Said, after a decent lunch, I got back into the office about 1. So about means maybe 12:55, 12:50. Maybe it was a little bit later, maybe 1:10 or 1:05. About is not a specific time, so about 1. So my work office culture maybe is not so strict about when you go back to work. About 1 is fine. About decent lunch. Decent means I was satisfied with my lunch. The lunch was tasty, it was filling, it wasn't anything absolutely special, but it was good enough to fill me up and get me ready back to work. You'll hear the word decent to describe things like that. They are satisfying, they're good enough, they're adequate. So if you go to the supermarket and you pay a decent price means it's not too expensive and it's an average price. I'm happy with that price. I'm satisfied with that price. If you're taking food, a decent amount is enough food to fill you up, a satisfying amount. Or if you're hosting a party, a decent amount of people is enough people to make the party fun and enjoyable, to have some nice conversations going. So a decent lunch was an okay lunch. It was satisfying for me.
I would also use that if someone said, "Hey, was that party fun?" And it was okay. It was decent. Yeah, it was decent. So it's really just like straight down the middle. It wasn't fantastic, but it wasn't terrible either. Yeah, it was decent. It's pretty decent, I think. Yeah, I had fun. Well,
Mm.
you know.
Yeah, right, straight down the middle. Nothing to
Mhm.
write home about. Nothing super
Exactly.
spectacular. Okay. And then after lunch, well, after you went back into the office, what
Mhm.
did you do from there?
So I do want to make a note that when you're kind of doing your standard routine, We tend to start listing things, and we often drop off that extra subject. So I started with I was at work. I grabbed, after grabbing a quick lunch, and then I just kind of start listing things that I did. You know, Sat at my desk, went through the day's emails, jumped into a couple of meetings. I basically listed 3 things back to back, okay, very quickly. I just started to list a few of the things that I did. So I kind of want to remind our students that when you do have this list, they all need to be in the same grammar structure. Sat, went, jumped. Sat, went, jumped. These are all in the past, right? Simple past, easy. But if you're going to make a list of things like, usually I do this, then we're going to need all of them to be in the present. Usually I sit, go, and jump. Now, of course, we can extend those phrases a little bit. I didn't just say sat, went, jumped, but I sat at my desk, went through the day's emails, then jumped into a couple of meetings. And I kept that past tense all the way through. So that's something that I noticed some of my students, they'll get the first one, but then they'll continue with the present or they'll continue with an infinitive to jump, to do, to sit. And I'm like, no, 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 we have to just keep the same idea. Give me that list. But if it's something like, they were sitting, going, and jumping. So if you're going to start with ing, keep going. They were sitting, then going, finally jumping. We're going to keep all of those together with the same tense, the same grammar structure.
Mm,
What about you, Mark? What did you do in for the rest of your afternoon?
mm. Yeah, I use the same grammar structure where we drop the I. I don't say I checked. I just said checked my emails. Checked my emails, then had a chat with some workmates about the tasks we still had left for the week, looked over a couple of documents. So again, when we're listing several actions in a row, the I disappears. We want to get through the list quickly. We can save words whenever we can. One specific phrase, looked over a couple of documents. Looked over is a good phrasal verb. Maybe my coworker or my colleague checked something and then he gives it to me so I can double check it. I'm going to look over it again to make sure there's no mistakes, nothing's wrong, there's no errors, and it is absolutely perfect to give to the customer or to my boss. So if you look over something, you're looking closely at it to make sure there's nothing wrong. So I looked over a couple of documents. You
I
had a
like
good
this.
phrase in your one. Oh, sorry.
I actually like the phrase looked over because if you look over something, we could physically be looking over the fence, right? So we are looking over something. But when it comes to documents, emails, something that we're reading, just like Mark said, you're checking over something. Okay. So you're looking through it. Okay. I used something very similar. I said that I went through some emails. I went through some emails. So this word, you know, looking through something, going through something. Now, I have a big list of emails, right? So I really need to go through them. Okay, so this one, delete it. This one I should read. Okay, I'm going through it. I'm going through it. Yep, that looks good. We also use another one, scanning through something, looking through, scanning through, went through, going through. So I kind of use all of these in different ways to basically describe that I am checking over them. I am looking at these with some good attention. Okay, I'm not just looking at my emails. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I'm not just looking at my emails. I'm actually going through, okay, each one. Yeah. Scanning through would go a little faster. Okay, yeah. Important information, just scanning through this. Yep, looks good, looks good. So it's kind of similar in that way. So we are really paying attention, not just looking at something, but going through. What was
Mm.
the other word I used?
Well, you had
Reading
a.
through.
Mm. You also, in my script, I didn't go to any meetings or anything. I just looked over some documents and had a chat with my workmates. But you got to use a good collocation with meetings.
Jumped into. Jumped into. Now, remember, Americans, we are always moving quickly. Okay. Americans seem to just have to we have to grab that lunch. We have to grab a quick bite. We have to jump into a meeting. So we are constantly moving around, jumping around. But what we really mean is that we're moving pretty quickly. Okay. So I jumped into a meeting. I would also say hop into a meeting. Yep, hopped into the shower, jumped into the shower, hopped into a meeting, jumped into a meeting. This physical idea of hop, 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 like a rabbit, it means that we're just moving quite quickly. Okay, so I hopped into a meeting. I jumped into the car. I hopped into the car and went and had to drive away fast, right? I had to drive away pretty quickly. Hopped in, hopped into, jumped in, jumped into.
When you say this, well, when I read your script, I imagined a virtual meeting
Mm,
because to jump into a Zoom call or jump into a Teams meeting, you connect instantly.
right.
And you have different windows or apps
Mhm.
open on your computer. You jump from one app to another. So I imagine you were at your desk and you jumped into a meeting, you clicked join, and you zoomed across the other side of the world and saw your colleagues in a different place. But jumping into, you connect quickly, and maybe the meeting is quite short, and then you can jump out when it's over. So I guess you could say that for virtual meetings. And could you say it for physical meetings as well?
Definitely. Americans are always on the move, you know? I'm just gonna hop into a taxi real quick. I'm just gonna jump into a taxi real quick. That means I really don't have much time. So I can't be sitting around waiting for this. I really need to hop into this meeting. Hey, oh my gosh, I've only got 5 minutes. Look, I've got to jump into this meeting over here. It's not going to take very long. When I'm finished, I'll get back to you. Okay, so hold on. I've got to do this. We can do it virtually, but we can also jump into a meeting or hop into a meeting that's going to be, like you said, quick, simple. I mean, they're never quick and that simple, but it's because Americans are always rushing around. We tend to use these for physical meetings and meetings online as well.
Mm, yes, it makes my script sound quite casual. Obviously, being the British voice of high level listening, I mentioned I had my usual tea break. So, in your office, I don't think we have a designated time, not in British culture.
Okay.
Sometimes my students talk about tea time, or they want to know when tea time is. There is an old tradition, but in the modern world, people don't usually follow it. However, most offices in the UK will have a break room, a microwave, or a kettle, or somewhere you can make hot drinks. There's probably a fridge where you can keep some snacks or sandwiches or your lunch. And probably every hour or so, a British worker will stand up, go to the break room, and make a cup of tea. I think it's pretty normal for some British people to drink like 10 cups a day. The caffeine
10 cups of
content,
tea.
right? Because the caffeine isn't that much.
That's true. I
Tea is
guess you could
strong.
compare it to drinking kind of a little bit caffeinated warm water, right?
Yeah. Delicious. Yeah, if you had 10 cups of coffee, you would be like shaking. You wouldn't be able to type. 10 cups of tea? Yeah, that actually sounds quite normal. You have one in the morning before you go to work, one when you arrive at work. You do an hour of work, you have another one. Then it's lunch, so you have another one. And I think, yeah, it's easy to have a lot of tea. So a tea break isn't one time in the
Okay.
office. A tea break could be several times. Even if you just want to stand up and get away from your computer for a second, go and have a cup of tea. So, my usual tea break means this is the time or around the same time I usually do it. You can also have a coffee break if you want to go and drink some coffee, and a bathroom break if you need to go to the bathroom. A short bathroom break is a polite, professional way to say you need to go to the toilet. So, yeah, a tea break, a coffee break, or a bathroom break. Useful
Okay, so
phrases.
you would actually call it a bathroom break, not
Mm.
a toilet break,
Yeah. In
right?
the work environment, yeah,
In the what?
that's the more
Okay.
professional word for it. Yeah.
I see bathroom. Because, yeah, that is kind of one difference, using the toilets in British English or using the restroom. So take, I would say that we wouldn't probably call it a bathroom break at work. We would call it a bathroom break for kids at school for sure. Okay, so we're going to take a quick bathroom break. Anyone who needs to use the restroom can use the restroom now. But that feels like something you talk about at school. And I don't know, Americans
Mm.
are so we just really don't like the idea of you knowing that we're in the bathroom or that you are knowing that we're taking a restroom break. So we'll just say, yeah, gonna take a quick break. Take a short break. I'll be back. We probably wouldn't use bathroom break or restroom break, even at work. Just gonna take a quick break. It's none of your business. I'm gonna go do what I need
Use
to
your
do.
imagination. Yeah.
And yes, use your imagination and I'll be back.
Mm. Yeah,
Right. And
sure. A
then,
break. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. And then use that little break. Okay. So then we are tying up the afternoon. Mark, what did you do at the end of your afternoon?
I rounded off the afternoon by getting everything sorted out for the next day. So, two phrasal verbs in that one.
Oh, yeah.
And rounded off the afternoon. Imagining my schedule is from 9 to 5 p.m. I round off the afternoon at 4 p.m. or 4:30. So it's the last part of my afternoon. Off in this phrasal verb, the second word off means to finish. You can use off to uh, mean that it's finishing something. And so round off. Off is the word that means finishing. So maybe I'm doing some last minute easy tasks preparing for the next day. I rounded off the afternoon. You could also simply say finish off. I finished off the afternoon. Sometimes I've had students ask me about these extra words because I could say I finished the afternoon. And that would be totally correct. But I think native speakers like to add these extra words, make it a phrasal verb, and that style of talking is a bit more casual. It's a bit softer. It sounds less serious and businessy and more casual. Another example is I sent over an email. You can say, I sent an email, I sent a text. But I think native speakers, when they're trying to be more casual and just a bit more relaxed, we will make it a phrasal verb and say, I sent over an email, I sent over a message. And that's what I'm doing here. I finished off the afternoon, I rounded off the afternoon. So,
And similarly for me, I wrapped up the day. Okay, so I wrapped up the day. Now, when I say I wrapped something up, WRAPPED, wrapped up, you can think of it like a present. Okay, so when you have a gift for someone and you wrap it up, okay, that up very similarly acts like you are finished. Yes, you can clean something or you can clean it up. So if I clean the table, yeah, I'm cleaning. But if I cleaned up the table, everything's done, everything's finished. I cleaned everything. So I wrapped it up. Now, this is one phrasal verb that you can't just wrap the afternoon. Okay. You'd have
mm,
to wrap it up. Okay. You finished it completely. All right. I wrapped up. I tied up. These are two very similar phrases. They kind of sound the same. If you're wrapping a gift or tying something up, It's kind of like you're finally completing everything. Okay. So I wrapped up the day. I tied up the day by setting up my tasks for tomorrow. Think of it like if I didn't set up my tasks, I wouldn't be finished with the day. I wouldn't feel like my day was completed. So I wrapped up the day by doing this, setting up my tasks for tomorrow. Now I feel like everything is finished, everything is tied up, and I feel like I've completed my day.
Yeah, so as we said at the beginning, these are ordinary, normal afternoons. It's much of the same. So the phrase I used at the end of my script was fairly standard day, to be honest. Fairly standard day. I think the word standard used in this way is more common in British English.
Yeah,
This is not um, like standard procedure or standard quality.
kind of
This
like
is,
basic, right?
yeah, right. Yeah, this is my opinion. I think it's pretty standard. To use standard as an opinion phrase, I think is more common in the UK, and standard means it was like I expected. It was normal, it was not special in any way. So maybe I went on vacation or I went on a trip and someone said, how was the hotel? How was your accommodation? The hotel was standard. Yeah. Standard means it had a bed, it had a small desk, a TV, a shower, or if I went to the cinema, was the movie? Yeah, a standard action film. There were explosions, guns, there was a car chase. Pretty standard. So, do you use that phrase or that word so much in the US?
I mean, a standard hotel room, I could definitely see that because when you're booking something, you're not booking something deluxe, you're booking kind of standard. So I think of that as basic, right? You got what you came for. I sort of laugh because it sounds like my dialogue is that basically I'm rushing around doing things, and yours is just kind of like, yeah, I just,
Had a
did
cup
my
of
normal
tea,
stuff,
talked to my mates.
Yep, yep. Much of the same, a decent lunch. Kind of did
Mm,
this, had my usual tea break. And I'm like, okay,
standard.
I grabbed this, I sat down, I worked on this, I did that, I did that, I did that. And I think that actually pretty much sums up the standard workday for Americans versus Brits. I feel like Americans are always rushing around, and Brits are just kind of doing their own thing,
Just drinking tea
just
all day.
drinking tea.
Yeah.
Maybe because the Americans are drinking so much coffee that we're all jazzed up all the time, while you guys are just slowly working through your cups of tea.
Fair. What did you say at the end of your script? How was your
I just
afternoon?
said it was a pretty standard afternoon.
Oh, yeah,
It
you
was a
said
pretty
standard too.
average afternoon. It was a pretty normal afternoon. Uh-huh. Yeah. Standard afternoon. I'm just kind of it is what it is. Just pretty normal. The huge. The
The
huge.
huge. The huge.
The
Nice.
huge.
That's a
The
good one.
usual, the usual bit of slang for you there.
Mm.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We are going to be wrapping up our class here now.
Okay, so let's get back to today's class. Today we're going to discuss the topic of getting back to work after a break. Maybe you've had a long weekend, maybe you've had a holiday, or maybe you've just come back from a little time away. We'll give you some useful phrases and vocabulary in both American and British English to help you talk about getting back to work and getting back into the swing of things. So, in this episode, like always, we'll each share what it's like for us getting back to work after a bit of time off. Both our scripts will be roughly the same in meaning, but as we said, Kat's will be a little bit more American and mine will be a little bit more British. Started, I'll ask Kat first. How do you handle getting back to work after a break?
You'd think after a 3 day break from work, I'd feel rejuvenated, but that following workday is sort of the opposite. When I first walk back into the office, it's nice to get up to speed with my coworkers and see how their break went. As I settle back into my desk, I realize that past Kat put off a whole bunch of work last Friday before the break, and now I have some catching up to do. It can feel a little daunting, but you've just got to get started, right? By the time I'm done clearing the backlog of emails and projects, I feel myself getting back into the swing of things. It's a step by step process, but by the end of the day, I'm 100% back up and running. So that was my perspective of how I handle getting back to work after a break. What about you, Mark? How do you handle getting back to work after a break?
Getting back to the grind, even after just a bank holiday, it definitely takes a few hours to get back into the swing of things. I do the usual exchanges with my workmates about how the holiday was, and then head over to my desk. And there I even struggle to remember the basics, like my computer login or where all the folders are on my work computer. Then there's the shock of the backlog waiting for me, all those tasks that I'd put off until later. So I start to wade through emails and updates, trying to figure out what I was doing the week before. But bit by bit, I start chipping away at it, and by the end of the day, I'm back into the flow and up to speed again. So those are our two scripts. Like we said, we'll go through each of our scripts now, step by step. We'll start at the beginning of the script and then go through to the end. So, Kat, what's it like when you go back to work after a break?
Well, you'd think that after a 3 day break from work, I'd feel rejuvenated, but that following workday is sort of the opposite. It's kind of like, yeah, we get a day off work. Yeah, that should make us feel more energized and like we had a nice day off work. We should be back at work feeling good. But sometimes I notice that it's actually the opposite. So you'd think after a 3 day break from work, I'd feel rejuvenated. I would feel rejuvenated. This is because we're thinking of something that hasn't actually happened. So you'd think or you'd imagine that after a 3 day break, I would feel rejuvenated, but that's actually not the case for me. So after a 3 day break, a 3 day weekend, a 3 day holiday, this usually includes the weekends off, especially in the United States. We often have a Monday holiday. So if Mark usually calls them a bank holiday or kind of a national holiday or a federal holiday. That means that we get the day off of work. That's the government tells us. We often have that on a Monday, which means that Saturday, Sunday, Monday, that's a 3 day weekend, a 3 day break, or a 3 day holiday. Now, I sometimes get this question from our students, and why do we say 3 day break, not 3 days break? And it's because we've turned the word day into an adjective. So what kind of break is it? It's a 3 day break. What kind of weekend is it? It's a 3 day weekend. We use this for a lot of different things too. A 5-year-old child, a 2-week-old baby, a 3 day holiday, a 2-month summer break. So when we change this word to an adjective describing how long the break is, we're going to drop that S because we've turned it into an adjective. So finally, let's see what I said at the end. But that following workday is sort of the opposite. Now, I'm speaking very generally here. So it could be, the following day, the following work day. That means the day right after whatever we're talking about. So if we talked about a 3-day weekend, the following work day is the day right after the 3-day weekend ends. Now, sometimes that's a Tuesday. Sometimes we come back from Christmas holiday. It's a Wednesday. Sometimes we come back on a completely different day. That's why I would say the very next day or the following day, which would mean just about the same thing. All right. So, Mark, what about for you? What's it like when you go back to work after a break?
Getting back to the grind, even after just a bank holiday, it definitely takes a few hours to get back into the swing of things. So there are 3 things I'll highlight here. Getting back to the grind. The grind. You might see this on Instagram. It's quite a trendy social media word. Here, I'm saying the grind is work. And it's my typical work schedule, the Monday to Friday, the 9 to 5 schedule. Grind, it has a kind of negative implication. It sounds like it's difficult and it's hard and it's sort of painful, but we often apply this to work. I also see this on like fitness accounts. Going to the gym is the grind. So it's this hard, difficult work, but you can use it even if you work in an office because it is that same routine. After a holiday, maybe you're not super excited to go back to work, so the work might look like a grind. Going back to that routine might be difficult. As Kat said, yeah, we have bank holidays in the UK. A bank holiday, you get 8 of those every year if you're in England. Scotland and Ireland get more, which is unfair, but we get 8, and it's always a Monday. It's always Monday off. So there are bank holiday Mondays. They're spread kind of randomly throughout the year, and it means you get a 3-day weekend if you work in an office. If you work in a restaurant or a supermarket, you will probably still work because everyone else has a day off. But bank holidays means office jobs like banks, post offices, and places like that are closed. So maybe we've had a bank holiday and now we need to get back to the grind, and it takes a while to get back into the swing of things. To get back into the swing of things is to get comfortable, to get familiar, and get good at it again. After many, many, many weeks of working in the same office, doing the same job, you get quite comfortable and you naturally do your tasks. But then if you take a break, even if it's just a couple of days, you suddenly forget. You forget how to talk to your colleagues. You forget your passwords. Where is that button on my laptop? And so you have to get back into the swing of things. You have to remember it and get back to your level before. And so for me, that takes a couple of hours or maybe the whole day. And we'll talk more about that later. So, next question. When you get back to work, do you catch up or chat with any of your co-workers?
Yeah, when I first walk back into the office, it's nice to get up to speed with my coworkers and see how their break went. When I first walk back into the office, okay, so you parked your car, hopefully you remembered where your keys were. You walk back into the office. Okay, it's that Tuesday morning. Just trying to get back into the swing of things. It's nice to get up to speed with my coworkers. To get up to speed is similar to catch up. So if you have these tasks you need to do and you're a little behind, you need to catch up. This is the same idea. Catch up or get up to speed. So something is ahead of you, you need to get up to speed, get on the same level. So it's nice to get up to speed with my coworkers. We receive updates, we learn new information about work, we are getting up to speed. And also, since I'm getting up to speed with my coworkers, I also want to see how their break went. See how their break went. Now, I'm not physically looking but I'm asking them, I'm finding out information. Sometimes people will say, oh, I don't know the answer to that. Let me see. Let me see. Let me look into it. Let me look at this information. Let me see. Let's see. Let's see. So we actually use that verb to see to kind of talk more actually about finding out about their break. Now, you can see that I said how their break went. How their breaks went. Now, I think of a break as something that we all share. our break. This is our break from work. This is our time off from work. I'm also replacing the word his or her. I know that a lot of students feel like they need to say his or her break, his or her book. Whose book is this? It's his or her book. But in reality, this is kind of a simple rule that we break pretty much all the time in English. I would say their break, meaning maybe my colleague is a man, maybe my colleague is a woman. His break, her break, their break. We actually use they as a single pronoun here. So their break. How was her break? How was his break? How was their break? Because we don't always know if our coworkers are men or women. And so this is an easy word to use that does break a little bit of a grammar rule there.
Yeah, so it belongs to them. Or, yeah, how are they? Oh, they are good. I'm talking about one person. But yeah, if it's not important if they're male or female,
Yeah.
it's also handy if you've got like two words, like a male profession, a waiter and a waitress. If you want to avoid those different nouns for male and female, just use they and it catches everyone in one word.
Can you give an example of that?
So if I was at a restaurant and I was talking about the waiter or waitress, I would say, yeah, they were super nice. They brought the food over really quickly and they got a big tip from us. So yeah, it's not important if it's a waiter or a waitress. Just say they. You can cover everybody.
I think also it makes you feel like you have a little bit more of a connection with a person than just saying the server. The server was really good. I would say, yeah, they were really good. It feels a little bit more informal as well. Now, I want to ask you a quick question. Do you usually use the word coworkers or do you prefer the word colleagues? Or is there a reason you use one or the other?
I think in the UK, you're more likely to hear colleagues. Co-workers was a new word or a new concept for me when I went to Korea. That was the first time that everyone around me was saying co-workers. And that's, I think, mainly because American English influences Korea the most. But in the UK, colleagues.
Okay.
Or in the UK, in my script, I said I do the usual exchanges with my workmates. So colleagues, workmates. Just like classmates, roommates, teammates, workmates. Those are people who work in my same team or same office.
And definitely more British, because I would say maybe my work friends, but I wouldn't probably say my workmates as something like classmates, something as common as that. So I wouldn't use that in American English.
Right. It's funny because mates, workmates, mates doesn't mean that we're friends necessarily. We're just like classmates. You have classmates, but you're not friends with all of them. They're just in your class. It's the same thing. So maybe we don't really like each other, but he's my workmate. I have to get on with him.
I would assume, or I did assume, that you meant someone that you're friends with at work, because we probably, workmates, cube mates is kind of popular, but that's someone that you would share a cubicle with. And so, but I would think that the easiest one is just coworkers, especially for Americans. It pretty much covers everybody. Colleagues, I think we're probably at the same level. Maybe we are sharing, maybe we're both teachers. So we don't necessarily work at the same company, but like you said, you worked with other teachers and you called them coworkers. So it's probably the much more common word and the easiest word to use in American English.
Yeah, so when I get back from my break, I do the usual exchanges with my workmates about how the holiday was, and then head over to my desk. So the usual exchanges. Exchanges here is a conversation between me and a workmate. So when you share words, exchange words, you can call that interaction an exchange. But because we're coming back from a holiday, when we come back, we always seem to ask the same questions. after Christmas, we ask the same questions. Oh, how was it? Did you get any good presents? Was it nice? And you come back from after New Year. Oh, how was your New Year? Did you do anything nice? And you ask the same questions. So the usual exchange. You might also see this phrase, polite exchange is a polite conversation. A professional exchange is a polite one. If you watch any sports, you might hear a heated exchange. Two players shouting at each other is like an argument. So an exchange is a conversation or interaction between people. So yeah, I do the usual questions, the usual conversation with my workmates. So, what is the hardest thing about getting back to work?
As I settle back into my desk, I realize that past Kat put off a whole bunch of work last Friday before the break, and now I have some catching up to do. Now, this idea that I was a different person before the break, okay? No, that was past Kat. That was past me making trouble for future me. So we do kind of joke around a little bit saying that, before the break, you think, oh, the break is coming up. It's Friday afternoon, before a big break, before a 3-day holiday. Oh man, like there's nobody in the office. I'll just push that back. Tuesday. I'll deal with it Tuesday. I'm sure future me will just love this. I'm sure that future me will be so re-energized from a 3-day break that it won't be a problem at all. So we do use this. You can either say past Mark, past Kat, or past me, past you. That means the person you were 3 or 4 days ago, who you were in the past, which that's why it's kind of funny because, past me really did think that it would be okay for me to do this on Tuesday instead of doing the work the other day.
Right, so all the past decisions or the bad decisions you made in the past, you can always
Yes.
blame, I can always blame past Mark. Oh,
Yes.
past Mark made a stupid decision, or past Mark thought that I could finish this in 30 minutes. So if you ever make a mistake or a bad decision, you can blame your past self. Now your current self has to deal with it.
That was me in the past. Kat, that was last week. I know. That was the old me. This is the new me now.
Yes, I was young. I was young and stupid.
I was so
didn't know.
young and stupid last week. So let's look at a couple of the phrases here as I settle back into my desk. So if you kind of are going swimming and you kick up the dirt at the bottom of the water, right? So all of the items will need some time to settle. Okay, so if there's a bunch of dust on the road and you need time to settle. So we're going to settle back into your chair, settle back into your desk, and that's kind of feeling comfortable and getting back and getting ready to work. I realized that past Kat put off a few things. If you put something off, then you are delaying it or pushing it back. Now remember, this was the Friday before the break. I was feeling a little tired. Nobody was really in the office. Instead of finishing it, I pushed it back or I put it off, meaning I delayed it. I made it to where I'm going to do it later. Okay, so I put it off. I pushed it back. I was delaying it for a later time. Now, I said, put off a whole bunch of work, like a lot of work. So this is just kind of to let you know that it wasn't just a few tasks. It was actually a whole bunch of work, which is a kind of a common way to say a lot of work or lots of work. Now, remember, work is uncountable. So I would say a bunch of work, lots of work, but I wouldn't say many. I wouldn't say many works. I could say many tasks, but I'll be honest, we don't use the word many all that often. Many many jobs to do, many tasks to do. I would probably just say I have lots of tasks to do. I have lots of work to do. That's just more common. So we usually replace the word many with lots of, because you could say lots of work, lots of milk, lots of tasks. It can be countable or uncountable, which makes it really easy to use.
Yeah, easy English hack.
Yes. Yes. And then the final thing I said, and now I have some catching up to do. Now I have some catching up to do. The probably more direct sentence would be, I need to catch up on some work. I need to catch up on some work. Then we could change it to, I need to do some catching up. And why is this different? I feel like catching up is not just something that happens immediately. I need to catch up on a project. Okay, that happens very quickly. Catching up, anytime we add ing, it feels more like an activity that you're doing over time. So I have a lot of catching up to do. I have some catching up to do. I need to do some catching up. Sounds like a process that you're going to be actively doing over time instead of just, I need to catch up. Oh, I'm caught up. Done and done. All right. So, what about you, Mark? What's the hardest thing about getting back to work?
I even struggle to remember the basics, like my computer login or where all the folders are on my work computer. And then there's the shock of the backlog waiting for me, all those tasks I'd put off until later. So I struggle to remember the basics. The basics of my job are the simplest, most basic, simplest, easiest tasks.
We forget them.
Sure, even the basics of using a PC is log in, that's a basic skill. Join a meeting, that's a basic skill. Turn on the webcam. Sometimes
Did you
people
forget how to do everything?
Yeah, or unmute the mic, and you're like, wait, where is the button? Where? Oh, sorry. It's funny how quickly you forget all these basic little skills. If I go to the bank and if I try to think about my PIN number too hard, I forget it. It's like I just need to do it naturally. And the same when you come back to work, you think about it, and it becomes more difficult to think about because you're out of practice. You need to get back into the swing of things. So even the basics, I forget. And the main thing is the backlog waiting for me on my desk. So the backlog is the build-up of old tasks that I haven't done yet. So imagine we had Saturday, Sunday, and Monday off. So we get back to the office on Tuesday. Any tasks from Friday that I didn't finish yet, they are in the backlog. The backlog is work that is maybe behind schedule, work that you really should get finished first before you take on any new tasks. So sometimes with Monday off, maybe you have a team in another country who didn't have a holiday. So the team in Germany were working like normal and sending you stuff to do, but everyone in England was off. So this big backlog builds up and gets taller on your desk. So when you come back to work, there is a backlog, these old tasks you have to do. And I actually used the same phrase that Kat did earlier. It's all those tasks that I'd put off until later. So put off, again, to delay them, avoid them, push them back and do them later. In an office, people might say, let's put it off till tomorrow. Let's go and have a coffee. Or the next day, when you have to do the task, you're like, I put it off yesterday. Now I really have to finish it. So yes, when you don't want to do something, you can put it off until later, but you have to do it eventually. So you've got a lot of work to do as well. How do you get started on it?
It can feel a little daunting, but I've just got to get started, right? Got to get started somewhere. So it can feel a little daunting. Daunting is kind of, it can feel a little overwhelming. I thought I would be energized. I thought this day would be, start off on the right foot, just feeling really good, back to work. But because it was kind of the opposite, I'm not as energized as I thought. Like you said, you forget just basic, things that you like your password and things like that. So it can feel a little daunting. You think, oh gosh, okay, I have this, like you, I have this backlog, I have these things that I put off, and it can feel a little overwhelming. It can feel a little daunting, a little scary. We often use the word like something is hanging over your head. Maybe your boss really needs something done and you've got this backlog. You can't start fresh today. You've got to finish all these other tasks. But you've just got to get started. I've just got to get started, right? So when I say I've just gotta, Gotta, I've just gotta get started. What I mean is, I have just got to get started. In other words, I must. I must get started. I've just got to get started. I just gotta. I just have to. I've just got to get started.
I think that's the most American part of your script, I think.
Oh, really?
There's a bit of overlap in this one, but this is the most American bit. Because we don't say that in the UK.
No?
I
What would
just
you say?
have to. I just have to get
I just
started.
have to get started.
Yeah. I can't say you've gotta.
You've gotta.
I
gotta.
do an American accent to say,
Godda.
yeah, right? And then you gotta listen to me.
You gotta
I
do
can just hear
it. You gotta do
movies.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
In England, yeah, you have to. You just have to get started. Yeah.
Ah, that's so funny. Okay, I didn't realize that was so, but it's the Gotta and the American accent, gotta, because you would say got to. You'd have to
Yeah,
really
but-
force that T sound in there to make it sound, but
Right.
we go really quickly. You've got to do it. Oh, you've got to go to this new restaurant. Oh, you've got to get that work done. You've just got to get started.
Right. Yeah, we'd have to double T. We'd have to do the glottal stop and say, I might say, I've got to go. I've got
Gotta.
gotta. Yeah, I've got to go. Or maybe with the D sound. Yeah, I've got to go. I've got to get started. I've got to run. And these all sound quite American to me.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's so
I have
funny.
to go. Yeah, I have to get
I
started.
have to go. I have to. I have to.
I simply have to. I simply must.
have to. All right. So what about you? When you've got all this work to do, you've got all this work to do. How do you get started?
I start to wade through emails and updates, trying to figure out what I was doing the week before. And bit by bit, I start chipping away at it. So the first word is to wade. Wade through emails and updates. Wade literally. If I wade through a river, I wade through very deep water. Like water is up to my hips or up to my chest, and I'm walking through it very slowly, and it's quite tiring and difficult. Here, the water is emails, messages, and tasks. I am up to my neck in emails, so I have to wade through and read lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of emails. And it's quite tiring and it takes a lot of time. So it's like wading through water. I have to wade through information, wade through all the old messages. So when I come back on Tuesday, there's a lot of messages waiting for me. Going through them is wading through them. It's this long, arduous process. But bit by bit, so little by little or step by step, in this case, email by email, I slowly start to make progress. I start chipping away. So, yeah, to chip at something, imagine there's a piece of wood or something, and I'm going to slowly chip away and take small pieces away until it is smaller or a different shape. So if you chip away, you do lots and lots of little steps, and over time, you do start to make a big impact, or you do start to make a big difference. So kind of step by step, you chip away at it. So read an email, just check a document, open the spreadsheet. Those are all little chips. Those are little tasks that eventually start to handle the big stuff. So I start chipping away at it, and after a couple of hours, I start to get through it. So, do you ever start feeling back to normal, or how quickly do you start feeling normal again?
Well, by the time I'm done clearing the backlog of emails and projects, I feel myself getting back into the swing of things. I think this might be the fifth or sixth time that we've said the swing of things, back into the swing of things. It's just such a common phrase. Mark talked about it earlier. It's just getting back to normal, getting back into the comfortable, fluid, efficient way of doing something. So by the time I'm done, by the time I am done doing something, that means when I arrive at this time, when I finish doing this task, by the time I'm done clearing the backlog, Mark talked about the backlog, all of those older items. This is a good phrase to use with this word, clear the backlog. All of those tasks in a row, check, 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 done with all the old tasks. By the time I'm done clearing the backlog of emails and projects, I feel myself getting back into the swing of things. I feel myself, I feel my body, I feel me, I feel myself getting back into it. Over time, I'm slowly doing better, step by step, bit by bit, getting back into it, getting back to where I was before the break. So what about you, Mark? How do you feel by the end of the day?
By the end of the day, I'm back into the flow and up to speed again. So again, two phrases here. I'm back into the flow. Again, this is another way to say I'm feeling comfortable and familiar with my job, the routine, the software that I'm using. It's all feeling comfortable again. I'm back into the flow. The flow is the routine, the familiarity. Like I can remember people's names, I can remember details, I remember passwords, or I remember any technical terms. So after a couple of hours of being surrounded by it, I get back into the flow and it feels easy and comfortable again. The second phrase with a similar meaning is, by the end of the day, I'm up to speed again. I'm up to speed. Up to speed means that I can do my job efficiently. Like I can do the tasks on time or quickly and professionally. With a holiday or with a little break, your speed, your efficiency goes down. You forget little buttons, you forget little details, but then you go back to work and your speed went up again. So
Yep.
I'm up to speed again. I can find
I
things
use this
quickly.
one too.
Right, there you go. Yeah, the folder. Okay, it's over here. That program. Yep, it's open. I don't need anyone else's help, and you can trust me to finish my work on time because I am up to speed. You might also hear this phrase used when you have a new colleague. If someone new joins your team, someone might train them and bring them up to speed. So give them the knowledge, the tools, or the practice to do their job efficiently, on time, or quickly enough. So yeah, by the end of the day, I'm back into the flow and I'm up to speed again. I am comfortable and I'm efficient. So, yes, how do you feel by the end of your day?
It's a step-by-step process, but by the end of the day, I'm 100% back up and running. So, we often talk about ourselves like a robot or a battery. And when we talk about I'm at 100%, I'm 100% back up. We do rejuvenate, recharge, re-energize. We often talk about these like we're a battery. 100% is feeling great, healthy. We even talked about this in our getting sick episode. I'm not really feeling 100%. I'm back to 100%, meaning maybe I was hovering around 70% when I walked in the door. Like Mark forgot all of his passwords. We weren't really functioning at 100%. But by the end of the day, I'm 100% back up and running, up and running. Now, if a machine is running, if something is running, that means that it is moving, it's turned on. Okay, so it's not just about physically running, but if you are up and running, if you are up to speed, then you are not physically running around the office, but you are just functioning normally. You are working normally, up and running. Just like Mark said, we are working efficiently. We're working, at our best pace possible, especially after such a lovely holiday. And we wish we were still there, but and so, yeah, so it's a step-by-step process, minute by minute, day by day, step by step, little by little. That's talking about that gradual process. It's not an on-off button. It is a step by step. Don't try to leap forward. Just take it step by step. Especially when you're learning a new language, when you're learning English, you are not going to be fluent in a day. It is a step-by-step gradual process, especially when you're at the advanced level, like most of our students. You don't change from intermediate to advanced in a day. That is a long, gradual process because learning a language is a lifetime commitment, if I'm honest.
Right, it's got to keep chipping away, little by little.
Little by little. By little.
Yeah. Okay, I hope you're ready. Let's get started. I will ask Kat our question. How was your drive to work this morning?
For me, getting to work starts with me jumping in the car that's parked in the driveway. It's pretty much autopilot from there. I put the car in reverse, backing out slowly onto my road. Then, once I'm out of my neighborhood, it's a straight shot to work. If I can get out of the house before 8, I can usually beat the morning traffic, but sometimes there's a little congestion and things get a bit backed up. Around 30-40 minutes later, I pull into the parking lot and look for an open spot that's not too far away from the building. Then, put the car in park, grab my things, and head into work. All right, so that was my American script. Let's listen to Mark and his British script. So,
What's up?
Mark, how was your drive to work this morning?
Every morning, my commute kicks off with me heading out to my car parked on the curb outside. It's a familiar drill. Unlock the car, chuck all my work things in the passenger seat, and then set off. If I manage to get out the door before 7:30, I can normally dodge the worst of the rush hour traffic, but there's still the odd bit of roadworks or jams that slow me down sometimes. Eventually, about a quarter of an hour later, I peel off the main road, swing around the corner to my office and into the car park. I have a quick look for a spot that's not miles away from the door, park up, grab all my stuff, and head into work. Okay, so just as we promised, we'll go through each of our scripts now and explain all the most interesting and useful vocabulary and phrases. So we'll start at the start of our scripts. Kat, how do you usually get to work?
Me, getting to work starts with me jumping in the car that's parked in the driveway. So let's start with getting to work. I get this question a lot. Am I at work, going to work, getting to work? Especially in American English, we use the word get a lot. So getting to work is the process of leaving my house and then arriving at work. When I get to work, I walk in the door of my office building and I am at work. So for me, getting to work starts with me jumping in the car. Now, I know we hear this verb a lot, but if you want to jump, it usually means that we're moving quite quickly. So jump in the car, hop in the car, get in the car. These are just kind of faster phrases rather than just open the door, and go into the car. I don't think I've ever even probably used the verb just go into the car. I don't think
Mm,
I've ever said that before.
Okay.
No, that feels very unusual to say. So, jump in the car, get in the car, hop in the car. All three of these phrases, jump and hop in the car nice and fast, or just simply get into the car. Get into the car. Now, I parked in the driveway. My car is parked in the driveway. So, where is it? It's parked in the driveway. Now, in the US, most homes have a driveway. A driveway is where we drive our car right next to our home. It's usually in concrete and it looks like an extension of the road because we drive from the road, we turn into our driveway. Sometimes people have a garage, which means that it's an extra space in our home that's covered so we can drive our car up the driveway into our garage and sometimes close the door behind us. Now, we did talk about how we were going to probably share a little bit more of our cultural experiences here because, Mark, do you often have a driveway in a typical British home?
mm. I think it really depends on what kind of house you live in. There are some people who live in a detached house. A detached house is a single building and the walls are not touching their neighbor's house at all. Sometimes those houses have a garage where they can put their car in and close the door, or they have a driveway. But I think most people, and
Hmm.
especially people who live in big cities or towns, we don't have driveways.
Hmm.
Instead, we park in front of the house. And on the side of the road, it's called the curb, where you stop the car here and the pavement begins where people can walk. That is called the curb.
I see.
So, yeah, that's what I said in my script. Every morning, my commute kicks off with me heading out to my car parked on the curb outside. So, on is the preposition on the curb, like you're on the road, on the street, on the side of the road. So I'm
Mhm.
parked on the curb. Sometimes you turn down a street in England, and on both sides of the road, there are parked cars. So the road becomes very narrow, and sometimes if there's two cars coming, one person has to pull over so the other one can pass. And that's just normal driving in the UK. I know in the US that is unthinkable with your giant
Just,
roads.
everything is
Yeah,
bigger in the United States. We have more
right.
space, we have bigger roads, we have bigger houses, bigger driveways. We just have so much space. Even even walking around in the United States feels like it takes forever because we're going down longer roads, more space between houses. It takes forever to get anywhere.
Yeah, I remember, I don't know who it was, but an American person said, yeah, it's quite a narrow road. So I was expecting, enough space for
British
one car to
narrow.
go. Yeah, and I was expecting, another car to move over and let me through. But the American narrow road was huge and both cars could easily pass each other at the same
Big
time. And I was like,
big
this is a,
cars, big roads.
yeah, right. So an important thing of the British driving test is parallel parking. You have to pull up next to the curb without hitting the curb or hitting anyone behind you. That's an important part of the test. Everyone has to do that. So in the UK, you get very good at parallel parking because most people park on the curb.
Hmm.
Anyway, the final bit of my first line is my commute kicks off. Kicks off means starts. So my commute kicks off, my commute starts, so my commute begins. And you hear kicks off in many other contexts. It comes from sports, so the game kicks off, the football match
The
kicks off at
kickoff.
12.
Mhm.
Yeah, the kickoff. Let's kick off the meeting. Let's start the meeting. And maybe this is British slang, but if two people kick off, it means they fight each other. So there's another
That
one.
that one, that meaning is definitely British. We have the other one that
Right.
means to start something, but if you're going to kick off, that sounds so British. Yes.
Yeah, right. It all kicked off. But yes, so my commute kicks off with me heading out to my car parked on the curb outside. That's quite a typical British scene. So, Kat, do you often drive to work?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, once I hop in the car, once I jump in the car, it's pretty much autopilot from there. So, autopilot is short for automatic pilot, where a machine drives or flies something like a boat or a plane. It acts as the pilot. So, if I am on autopilot, or it's pretty much autopilot from there, that means that I sort of go into a robotic mode where I do this every single day. I've done this for years. I grab my things, I get in the car, I turn the car on, I back up, I drive down the street and I drive to work. Sometimes it almost feels like I don't even have to think about it. I'm on autopilot. We also use the word I'm on auto drive. Auto drive. And I asked Mark about this word, and he said, "Oh, I've never really heard that before." We use autopilot or auto drive, which means that it's just sort of this thinking that you're almost a robot. You are just kind of going through your normal routine. You don't even have to think about it. And it might be because Americans drive a lot. It is very difficult to go around the United States in most towns, most cities. It's very difficult to move around without a car. So it makes sense that we would have the word auto drive. I'm on auto drive. I'm on autopilot. You don't have to think at all. You just do it like a robot.
Mm. Yeah, I've definitely had that experience. Sometimes I'm about to drive home and I think I need to stop at the supermarket or I need to make an extra stop on the way home. And I just drive past the supermarket because I'm on autopilot.
Hmm.
Like I can't change my route and I just completely forget to
Hmm.
stop at the supermarket and I go home and then I'm like, oh, damn it. I didn't go to the supermarket.
How did I
So
get
that's
here? I
autopilot.
don't remember driving home at all.
Yeah, you
Yes.
can't break it. You can't change it.
Hmm. So, Mark, what's your drive like? Is it an easy drive?
It's a familiar drill. Unlock the car, chuck all my work things in the passenger seat, and then set off. So, first, it's a familiar drill. A drill is a routine. So, a familiar drill is a familiar routine. Drill is also like a military word. When you see soldiers practicing their marching, that's a drill. And it's something they do again and again and again and again until it's easy or perfect. But you can use it for yourself in daily life. So it's a familiar drill. It's the same routine every time. Unlock the car, chuck all my work things in the passenger seat, and then set off. That is my drill. Chuck is a word from a previous episode, season 1, I think. Chuck is to throw. And so I throw my work things in the car, my bag, my clothes, my lunch, chuck it in the car, in the seat next to the driver, the passenger seat, and then I set off. Set off is a phrasal verb. You might think it's like kick off, but it's different. Set off is start a journey only.
Mm.
So it means start, but we only use it when we're talking about driving
Mm.
somewhere, traveling somewhere, or going on some journey. So you cannot set off a meeting or you can't set off a match. That doesn't make sense. It's
Mm.
only for traveling. So I set off at 7 o'clock. I set off early to beat the traffic, or we set off before sunrise. That means we started our journey
Hmm.
then. So, yes, I chuck all my work things in the passenger seat and then set off. How about you? What's your drive like?
So I put the car in reverse, backing out slowly onto my road. Then once I'm out of my neighborhood, it's a straight shot to work. So the very first one, I put the car in reverse. So when you are shifting gears, that kind of that little lever in the middle, I'm an American driver, so I use my right hand to shift in between gears. I put the car in reverse. Okay. I put the car in reverse. I put the car in drive. I put the car in park. That means I'm changing these gears. If you have a manual car, you'd put the car in first, second, or third gear. So we use the same verb. I put the car. Now I'm backing out slowly. Okay. Even when I'm thinking about it, I'm looking over my shoulder because if I'm backing out of my driveway, I pull into the driveway and I'm backing out of my driveway. That's why we're using backing out instead of backing up. Normally, when we say, okay, back up, that means to move backwards. But since I'm in a parking space, I'm in my driveway, I'm going to back out of my driveway. I put the car in reverse, backing out slowly onto my road. Then once I'm out of my neighborhood, at the moment I leave the neighborhood, it's a straight shot to work. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the roads in the United States because we have big roads. Now, it's pretty common that the neighborhoods are often much, much slower. We need to be careful around schools, people walking, kids playing, or riding bikes. But once you get onto the bigger road, it's often a straight shot. So it's a straight shot to work, means I'm on one road. I don't have to turn anymore. I don't have to slow down for the stop signs. I don't have to go slow like in the neighborhoods. It is a straight shot from there. It's a straight shot to work, meaning I'm no
80.
turning. Yeah,
Mm.
I'm going real fast for sure. Yes.
Yeah.
So, what about you? Let's see, where are we now? Is there usually any traffic on your drive?
If I manage to get out the door before 7:30, I can normally dodge the worst of the rush hour traffic. But there's still the odd bit of roadworks or a jam that slows me down. So, the first part, if I manage to get out the door before 7:30. In the UK, 7:30 is 7:30. 8:30 would be 8:30, and so on. That's quite a common way to say the time. So, if I manage to get out the door before 7:30, manage means you can do something or achieve something that's difficult, or you need to put in quite a lot of effort to do it. So if you said, I managed to fix the TV, I think,
Mm,
okay, that was a difficult task and maybe took some effort. It took some research or some special tools. Or I managed to change the tire on my car. I'm like, wow, nice job. The tires are heavy and it's quite hard work to take off all the pieces. So that took effort. Well done. You managed to do it. So to say, if I manage to get out the door means it's hard to wake up early. It's hard to leave the house sometimes. Maybe I'm sleepy, maybe I'm busy, maybe the morning doesn't go perfectly. But if I manage, if I do well, and I put in the effort, then I can normally dodge the worst of the rush hour traffic. So if you throw something at me, like dodge it, dodge, dodge is avoid. So if I dodge the traffic, I avoid the traffic. So you might dodge a ball, or if you see an annoying colleague walking towards you, you can dodge them and go into another room and avoid them. So basically, if I'm early and I leave my house early, I can be in front of the usual traffic, the other commuters, and the school run. I can dodge the worst of the rush hour traffic where everyone's going to work. But there's still the odd bit of roadworks or a jam that slows me down. I think this is quite a British phrase. The odd bit of roadworks.
that whole
The odd
phrase,
bit.
the
Ah, right.
odd bit and the roadworks and yeah.
Oh, even roadworks. Yeah,
Yes.
roadworks are people building or fixing parts of the
Construction.
road. You say
Mhm.
construction.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Roadworks. I think that's just it. We can only say roadworks. That's all anyone
Mm.
says.
Mhm.
Uh, so how much is the odd bit? Especially when you've got an uncountable thing like roadworks or traffic. This is a way of measuring uncountable things. So a lot of traffic is highest, then some traffic, then the odd bit of traffic. So the odd bit is a little bit or an occasional bit. So there's not always traffic. There's not always roadworks. Occasionally, there are roadworks, or occasionally there is traffic. So the odd bit of traffic means occasionally or sometimes there is a little bit of traffic. So it's a small amount and it's not always. That's the message in 3 little words. The odd bit of. So you could say, if someone asked you, how was your drive? Say, yeah, it was easy, apart from the odd bit of traffic near the school. Or even,
Almost,
how was your holiday?
I
Yeah.
was wondering if the odd bit, odd would mean strange or different, right? So it kind of works with occasionally,
Mm,
like, oh, it was actually an odd bit of traffic. It sounds to me, but maybe that's not exactly the same meaning. Would that work as well?
mm,
Like, oh, that was kind of strange or different, the odd bit of this.
mm. Yeah, different, definitely.
Okay.
Different than usual. So,
Mm.
yeah, again, if someone says, how was your holiday? Say, yeah, it was great, apart from the odd bit of rain. So there was a little bit of rain
Ah,
sometimes.
I guess because when we use the word odd, it would mean more kind of weird or strange. So I've
Hmm.
always kind of thought that like the odd bit of this would be kind of strange or unusual. But I think,
Mm.
yeah, I think I've learned a little bit more about that instead.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a strange phrase. Like, do you say odds and ends? Like bits and
Yeah,
bobs,
bits.
odds and
Yeah,
ends?
a few odds and ends, but I think that's more
Right.
of like if we're tying something up, a few odds and ends.
Mm. Yeah, I
But
think of small
not very
things.
often.
So, like a small amount. Maybe that's what's
Hmm.
happening in my brain. I
Hmm.
don't know. Yeah, it's just this funny British phrase
Hmm.
that, yeah, the odd bit here and there, the odd bit of roadworks or the odd bit of traffic. So a
Mm,
little bit and not always. So
right.
sometimes that slows me down. The odd bit of roadworks or a jam. Anyway, how about yourself? Is there usually any traffic on your drive?
If I can get out of the house before 8, I can usually beat the morning traffic, but sometimes there's a little congestion and things get a bit backed up. We've got lots of phrases in here. Now, just like Mark, he managed to get out the door before 6:30. I got out of the house. Now, I wanted to mention we have a little word here, get out of the house and get out the door. Now, with a door, it's you're either in or you're out. But when we are inside something, like the house, we are inside the house, we want to get in the house or get out of the house. So that little word means that I was inside my house, get out of the house, get out of the car, get get the thing out of the box because it was inside and then we get it out of. So I can usually beat the morning traffic. Just like Mark, he is dodging the worst of the rush hour traffic. I want to beat the morning traffic. That means I want to go faster than the traffic. If I can get out of the house before 8, most of the cars, most of the traffic will be there at 8:15. So if I can beat the traffic, that means I get there faster or before the traffic starts. Then we have a little congestion. Congestion. Congestion is where we start to have a bit of traffic, meaning more cars on the road. We are starting to slow down. So, a bit of congestion, a little congestion would be the heavier traffic, more people on the road slowing things down. Then our last word we have, things can get a bit backed up. So imagine you're at a stoplight and you stop at the stoplight, and when it turns green, you go. However, when things are a little backed up, there might be 5, 6, 7, 10 cars in front of you. Well, now every car takes a little bit longer to get through the light. So you are in the back of the line, you are a little backed up. So as more cars are in line, you start to get a little bit backed up. A little bit
That's
backed up, meaning you're
that
not
sounds
going as
like
fast.
mm, sorry, it sounds like a radio phrase. If you turn on the radio to listen to the traffic report, they might say things are a bit backed up on the A45, and you know there's lots of traffic on that
Mhm.
road, or it's
Yeah,
moving very slowly.
and we're going slower than normal. We are backed up. Another thing might be at work, we could use this as well. So sometimes you get your work done and okay, your to-do list is finished. But uh-oh, we got stuck on a few items and now there's new items and now you are backed up, which means that you are now not doing your work very quickly. You are going a lot slower than you were before and you can't finish everything. We are backed up here. Too many orders, too many things to do.
I also think of if you see a really long line of cars, you can say how far or how long the line was. So maybe there's an accident ahead and all the cars have stopped. You could say the traffic was backed up to the next road,
Mm-hmm.
or it was backed up all the way to the supermarket, or it was backed up down the street. So if you have a really long line because of an accident or something, you can actually say how long the line was, especially if it's unusual or quite big. It was backed up all the way to my house. Like there was traffic in front of my house. So yeah, backed up is a good one for cars, actually.
How long does it normally take you to get to work?
Eventually, about a quarter of an hour later, I peel off the main road, swing around the corner to my office and into the car park. So eventually, about a quarter of an hour later. So a quarter of an hour is 15 minutes. Tricky thing here is the article. It's 1/4, so it's a quarter, and it's 1 hour, so it's an hour. A quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour, half an hour, no articles. Three
Uh,
quarters of an hour, that's 45 minutes. No articles there. So 15 minutes has its special articles that are easy to miss. A quarter of an hour. So 15 minutes, that might be shocking to Kat because that's very short compared to an American commute.
mhm.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, like I
Mm,
said, everything's bigger. We have just so much space. It does take quite a bit of time to get from one place to another.
right. Yeah. 15 minutes in the States is like you live next door to your work. That feels very close. In the UK, I think it's quite normal to drive 15, 20, or 30 minutes to work only. Some people take public transport and go for longer, but that's because trains can travel a much further distance, I think, in a shorter time. So, about a quarter of an hour later, 15 minutes later, I peel off the main road, swing round the corner to my office. I've got two words which mean turn, but they're a bit different. I peel off the main road. Peel is quite a gentle turn. Imagine you're driving on a big road and I want to leave, and there's a smaller road that goes off in the opposite direction. This is called a slip road in the UK, or an exit lane, you might say in the States. Is that what it's called?
Exit. Yeah.
An exit. There you go. So yeah, when I leave the main road and go onto a smaller one, I peel off. Like peel like a banana or peel an orange. You peel off and I
Mm.
turn gently, but then I swing around the corner. So this is a harder, sharper turn. Swing. I imagine I'm going around the corner 90 degrees or tighter. So I turn quite hard, and maybe because I'm in a city or I'm in a small road, so the corners are sharper, I swing around the corner and into the car park. The car park is the British version of the parking lot, but it's the same thing. Okay, how about you, Kat? How long does it take you to get to work?
So it's not too bad actually for this commute. Around 30, 40 minutes later, I pull into the parking lot and look for an open spot that's not too far away from the building. Around 30, 40 minutes later, I pull into the parking lot. When I pull into the parking lot, remember I said earlier, it's a straight shot. Okay, it's a straight shot. So perhaps I can easily take a quick turn and then I'm here at my office building. I pull into the parking lot. Now, we use this word a lot. I pull into an open space. I pull into the parking lot. That means I drive or I turn my car. I think of when we have our steering wheel, we feel like we are pulling the car. I'm using it to really pull or turn the car. So I pull into the parking lot and look for an open spot. Now, at home, I have a driveway. That's my parking space. That's my driveway. There's usually no one else that will pull into my parking spot. But in a parking lot, I have to look for an open spot or an open space. And I try to find one that's not too far away from the building. Then I put the car in park, grab my things, and head into work. Remember from earlier, I put the car in reverse. I put the car in park. That means that I push the lever mine's at the top, and P is for parking, R is for reverse, and D is for drive. So I put the car in park, I put the car in reverse, or I put the car in drive. In this case, I pulled into a spot, I stopped my car, and I put it in park, then I turned it off. All right, so our final sentence here. What about you, Mark? Where do you park?
I have a quick look for a spot that's not miles away from the door, park up, grab all my stuff, and head into work. So when I arrive at the car park, I have a quick look for a spot. A spot, I think Kat used this word too. Yeah, a spot is a parking spot or a parking space. So an empty space where I can park a spot. So maybe I have my own spot at work, like a private spot. Or maybe I arrive and I'm like, somebody's in my spot. There's another car already in there. But I have a quick look for a spot that's not miles away from the door. Miles away is very, very far. And I think we use this especially when we're walking or we have to walk somewhere. If it's very far, you say, oh, do you want to walk to the station? It's miles away. Let's take a taxi.
Now
So
it's
the
not,
station
is
could be,
it literally miles away or
right. Not really. It's not necessarily a mile away or 2
I just
miles. It's
I
just
just don't want to walk
too
that
long.
far.
Yeah, it's too long for me to walk right now. Like if it's raining or I don't know, it's cold or I'm tired, I don't want to walk. It's miles away. So yeah. So if I'm in a car park, obviously the door is not a mile away. That would be silly. But I mean, I want something that's not very far, so I don't have to walk very far because it's early and maybe I'm tired and I'm a bit lazy. So I look for a spot that's not miles away from the door, park up, grab all my stuff. So Kat said park. I park the car. I put it in park. It's totally fine. There is a phrasal verb because native speakers love to add phrasal verbs. This is another example. I park up. I park up. So what is up? The only meaning that up has here is arriving or approaching. So pull up means arrive. Turn up means arrive. Show up means arrive. So park up is arrive in a car. So that's why I can add the phrasal verb and it still makes sense. So I look for a spot that's not miles away from the door, park up, grab all my stuff, and head into work. Head into work was exactly Kat's last words as well. Head is go. I'm heading into work. into the building and I'm into work mode. I'm into Mark, the work business character. So I am fully ready to get started.
All right, excellent. So we just finished episode 3 of season 2. Well done, everyone. So I hope all of this vocabulary is very helpful for you when you are talking about driving your own car into work.
Hello, hello, high level listeners. Welcome to episode 5 of season 2 of our Advanced English podcast series. And today we're going to give you some high level vocabulary about relaxing after work. More specifically, this is having a stressful day at work and then relaxing and unwinding afterwards.
So we're continuing in our Advanced English podcast into season 2. So I will read my American script, and then Mark will read his British script about how we each decompress and relax after a difficult day or even a difficult week at work. Then we'll go through the script line by line and sentence by sentence to make sure that you understand everything and feel more confident using these phrases in the future.
Okay, so let's hear the scripts. Kat will go first, and I will ask Kat the question, how do you relax after a stressful day at work?
Sometimes it's just one of those days, feeling a bit overwhelmed at work, swamped with emails, boss is being a pain. It's enough to drive you crazy sometimes. I try my best to take a breather at work, but sometimes I just need to get myself home and veg out on the couch for a bit. Once I've had some time to myself, I try to collect myself and do something distracting to get my mind off everything. Maybe doing the dishes or going for a walk. On the weekend, I usually carve out some me time by either treating myself to a spa day or simply lounging around at home with a good movie or putting on some soothing music, maybe doing some yoga. With work being so stressful, it's really important for me to have this time to unwind and recharge, making sure I'm ready to tackle the week ahead. All right, so that was my American version and my experience. Let me ask Mark the same question for his British script. Mark, how do you relax after a stressful day at work?
Definitely do have busy days when work feels like I'm just buried in work and I'm struggling just to keep my head above water. I usually can't take a break either because it's just one thing after another. It's only when I get home that I can finally decompress and switch off, literally and metaphorically. That means I put my phone on silent, close out of all the programs on my laptop, and ignore any work emails for the rest of the day. Cooking and cleaning take my mind off of work as well. When it's the weekend, going for a walk or doing some exercise really helps put the week behind me too. I think having this downtime to recuperate really helps me reset and feel ready for the week ahead. Okay, so now you've heard both of our scripts, we're going to go back to the start and go through them and highlight the most interesting vocabulary and phrases just to help you understand everything you've heard. So back to the start. Kat, do you ever have stressful days at work?
Sometimes it's just one of those days. Sometimes it's just one of those days. Feeling a bit overwhelmed at work, swamped with emails, boss is being a pain. It's enough to drive you crazy sometimes. We have a lot of good vocabulary in both of these scripts, but I particularly like this first sentence. Do you ever have stressful days at work? Yes. They happen so often, we simply use the phrase, just one of those days. Just one of those days. And usually it means a stressful day, a hard day, a difficult day. It's just one of those days. Sometimes we have just one of those weeks. Just one of those weeks. A bad week, a difficult week, a rough week. It happens so commonly that we actually just have a phrase for it. Well, that's life. It's just one of those days. Feeling a bit overwhelmed. Overwhelmed at work. Now, overwhelmed is feeling like you have too much on you. Too many things going on. I'm feeling overwhelmed. Too many things going on. They're stressing me out. So I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed at work. Swamped with emails. I really like this word, swamped. Yes, it comes from the word swamp, which is kind of a wet sort of mini lake with lots and lots of plants growing. You think in Florida, in the south of the United States, these swamps. Now, if you are,
Shrek.
yes, Shrek, he lives in a swamp. If you are swamped with emails, you are completely inundated, flooded, covered with water, swamped with emails. We often use this word when you have way too many things going on at the same time. I'm swamped today, meaning I'm so busy. There are so many things happening. I'm completely surrounded, swamped with emails. Boss is being a pain. My boss is being a pain. This is not a word that I would say to my boss. If my boss is being a bit difficult, maybe that's a nicer way of saying that. But if I'm saying it to my friend, my boss is being a pain. A pain would be that they're being difficult. Maybe they're stressed, so their stress is negatively impacting me. My boss is being a pain. Probably the longer version that I would say only to my friends, a pain in the ass. Pain in the ass means that they are really being very, very difficult, okay? But the nicer version, even though I still wouldn't say this directly to my boss is being a pain. My boss is being a pain. It's enough to drive you crazy sometimes. It's enough to drive you crazy sometimes. So if my boss is being a pain, they're being difficult. If I'm swamped with emails, I have so many, no free time at all. If I'm a bit overwhelmed at work, I guess it's just one of those days. What about you, Mark? Do you ever have stressful days at work, or is your life perfect?
I definitely do have busy days when work feels like I'm just buried in work and I'm struggling just to keep my head above water. So, Kat's question was useful there. Do you have stressful days or is your life perfect? I think that influences my script because I said, I definitely do have busy days. I added the extra word. I
Mm.
definitely do have busy days. So it is correct to say, I have busy days. I definitely have busy days. That is direct, simple, and clear. That's probably what I would write in an email because it's short and clear. But when I'm talking, I can add an extra word to add a little more emphasis. And this emphasis contrasts this perfect life. I definitely do have busy days. So I'm stressing that, yeah, work is not always perfect. My life is not always easy. I do have busy days. You might be surprised to hear, or believe it or not, I do have busy days.
Mm.
You also hear this, I think, when you hear celebrities or rich, successful people talking. Everybody assumes their life is great, their life is perfect. But sometimes they have interviews and they talk about their own problems. They use this kind of structure as well. Like a singer might say, yeah, I definitely do have days where I don't feel confident. Or maybe a fitness instructor might say, yeah, I definitely do have days where I feel lazy and I just want to eat junk food. And maybe that's different from what people expect. So to emphasize that difference, you can put do right there. So me too. I definitely do have busy days where work feels like I'm just buried in work. So to bury, that's B-U-R-Y. Bury is to cover something completely so it disappears. So a dog might dig a hole and bury it in the garden. So you can't see it anymore. If I am buried, then I am covered in work. There's so many tasks, there's so much to do. I am buried. And obviously, if I'm under the work, I can't move, maybe I can't breathe. It's a very stressful image. It's a very stressful way to say it. This is obviously not literal. but it's a phrase we use when you're very, very busy. I'm buried in work. I noticed that Kat and I also used like some phrases with water to mean busy, because I used a metaphor, a figurative way as well. I'm struggling just to keep my head above water. So if Kat is swamped, then it's like the green, swampy water is up here, and she's swimming and struggling to keep up. I'm using the same kind of phrase. I'm struggling to keep my head above water. So it's like I'm swimming, and swimming is working, and the water is all my tasks. The water is all the emails and the meetings and the things I have to solve. If I stop and I slow down, I will sink and I'll go underwater. And that's obviously very stressful and bad. But if I can keep my head above water, then I can just meet my deadlines. I can just be on time. I can just finish everything, but I can't stop. I need to keep swimming, and that's very tiring and exhausting. So yeah, we both use kind of water phrases to describe being busy. So I'm struggling just to keep my head above water means I'm super busy. Okay, so at work, can you take a break while you're there?
I mean, I try my best to take a breather at work, but sometimes I just need to get myself home and veg out on the couch a bit. So while I'm at work, I try my best. I try my best. I make an effort, okay? I try my best to take a breather. Take a breather. Now, feeling very stressed, sometimes you feel like you can't catch your breath, okay? You can't catch your breath. Now, this could be physically, like if you are running very quickly and, "Whew, oh my gosh, I need to catch my breath," then you physically cannot breathe. You need to catch your breath and catch up with your breathing. So if you take a breather, you are taking a break. So if you need to catch your breath, maybe you should take a breather. So I know breath, breathe, and breather, all of them have a little bit of a different pronunciation. So if you take a breather, you take a break. You take a break. You need a breather, you need a break. We can use them in the same way: to take a break and need a break, take a breather, need a breather. Now, I do try while I'm at work, but sometimes I just need to get myself home and veg out on the couch for a bit. Sometimes I just need to get myself home and veg out on the couch for a bit. Instead of just go home, I need to go home. I need to get myself home. Sounds like there's a lot of effort there. I'm tired. I'm stressed. I didn't have time to take a breather at work, and I need to get myself home. Okay. Get to the car, turn on the car, get all my items, drive myself home. It sounds like a lot of effort. So I'm trying to get myself home. Grab the kids, get them home. That means I'm in control of the situation, but I need to make all the effort here. So I need to get myself home and veg out on the couch for a bit. Get myself home and veg out. Veg out. Now, even when I was a kid, I thought vegging out was eating vegetables. But vegging out means to act like a vegetable. And in English, we often use the word vegetable to mean kind of lazy or not doing anything, just sitting there like a vegetable.
A
So,
couch potato.
like a couch potato, if you are a vegetable, then you are not doing anything. So, if you are relaxing, doing something quiet, not really doing anything, not saying anything, you are vegging out. Vegging out. I think of it as relaxing and doing nothing. Vegging
Hmm.
out. And it's VEG. VEG. Vegging out would be VEGING.
Double G. I put a double
Vegging?
G on it.
Really?
Well, it's vegging.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I think we'd still say vegging, but it goes consonant, vowel,
Yeah.
consonant. So I've got to put a double G on it.
Yeah, because
Vegging.
and it's funny, do you say veg out VEG or VEGE?
VEG. That's the only spelling I
VEG.
know of it. Yeah.
I think maybe that's New Zealand and Australia when they say veg, fruit and veg, they put VEGE. So I was just wondering if it was.
Oh, I don't know. No, I never seen that. It's a phrase we use in the UK. Yeah. Veg out on the sofa
Mm-hmm.
for the weekend. Do absolutely nothing physical at all. Really lazy.
Veg out on the couch, veg out on the sofa, and for a bit. So we'll talk a little bit more about this. But Mark, can you take a break while you're at work?
I usually can't take a break because it's just one thing after another. So the main phrase, it's just one thing after another. So this is a phrase that means I'm very stressed and I'm very busy because there's another task and another task and another one and another interruption. I have a lot of things to do and the tasks keep coming and coming. It's just one thing after another. So every time I think I'm finished, a new task comes in and needs my attention. So at work, I have to answer some emails. And then, I get an urgent call from my boss. And then my PC crashes. And then my colleague feels sick and they have to go home. And then it's time to pick up the kids from school. It's one thing after another. So there's no time for any breaks. There's no time for rest. Maybe there's even no time to eat or actually make a cup of tea or take 5 minutes to relax. It's nonstop. It's very tiring. This is a very heavy workload. It's one thing after another. And maybe it's not normally like this. Maybe this is an unusually stressful day. But today, for some reason, it's just one of those days. It's just one thing after another. It's nonstop.
My granny used to say, if it ain't something, it's something else. And
Right.
so my granny is from the south of the United States. So she says, ain't. If it ain't something, it's something else. So it just means that there's always bad things happening. So if it isn't one thing, one bad thing, then it's a different bad thing. So if it ain't something, it's something else. So
Right.
you
Yeah.
can take that phrase as well. It's not a super common phrase, but every time I heard my granny say that, I think it's just perfect for some of those days, right?
Right. It's never just one problem. It's always a couple in a row. They
Yeah.
never just make it easy. Yeah. Sometimes just one thing after another.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and continue kind of your second train of thought there. When can you finally relax? Like, do you have to go all the way home before you can finally relax?
Yes, I do. It's only when I get home that I can finally decompress and switch off, literally and metaphorically. So, because it's one thing after another, it's only when I get home that I can finally decompress and switch off. So, I have 2 words for relaxing here. Decompress. We've probably talked about decompress before, but it's a really good word. It means relax. But to decompress, I imagine you're in a quiet space. Maybe you're alone. And it's finally when you can let go of the pressure of work and you feel like you're not needed. Your responsibilities are over. Nobody's going to call you. Nobody needs you. You don't have to be polite to any customers or colleagues. You can decompress. Sometimes people need 10 minutes to decompress. Sometimes people need a couple of hours after a long, stressful day. I think when people go home on their commute back home, they are decompressing in the car or on the train. And I think their minds are just slowly clearing, emptying, and they're finally coming back to themselves. They're not in work mode anymore. The other phrase for relaxing is switch off. So I said literally and metaphorically. Literally means, for switch off, means I take my phone and I turn it off. So you switch off your phone, switch off your computer, you'd switch off a device, and the screen goes black and it doesn't work. Metaphorically, I can switch off, and that means my brain. I switch off my brain and I stop thinking about work. Maybe I stop thinking in general. I'm kind of zombie mode because I switch off. So to switch off is to completely forget about your work and forget about all the pressure. So there's two things. I can decompress and switch off, literally and metaphorically. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But Kat, how do you stop yourself from thinking about work?
Well, once I've had some time to myself, I try to collect myself and do something distracting to get my mind off everything. Maybe doing the dishes or going for a walk. So, if I've had some time to myself, if I've had some time to myself, that means no kids, no work, no family, just some time for me. So once I've had some time to myself, or after I've had some time to myself, I do try to collect myself and do something distracting. We've got things to do. I can't just veg out on the couch all evening. I've got things to do. So I do try to collect myself. When you collect yourself, I think that you've kind of broken apart a little bit. Maybe you're incredibly sad. Maybe you were laughing so hard that you have to start to control your feelings again. Maybe you are so stressed that you just go home and just plop yourself on the couch and you lose all motivation to get up. So if you collect yourself, you are trying to control all of those emotions. You know, when you decompress, when you switch off, you're trying to control yourself again so you can get up and find that motivation to do something. So I want to do something distracting. Maybe I laid down on the couch and I just kept thinking about work. And that's not relaxing. I can't veg out if I'm still thinking about work. So I collect myself and do something distracting. Distracting is to take your focus away from something. So if we are teaching a class and two students are talking in the background, that's distracting. We keep losing focus and looking at the students who are talking. So if we want to kind of change our focus and think about something else, we need to find something that's distracting to get my mind off everything, to get my mind off things. So when you think about something, what's on your mind? What's on your mind? And if I want to get my mind off something, I want to stop thinking about it. So if I want to get my mind off things, to get my mind off everything, I might do something a little boring, like doing the dishes, going for a walk, getting out of the house for a bit, just something distracting me from work. Now, what about you? How do you stop yourself from thinking about work?
That means I put my phone on silent, close out of all the programs on my laptop, and ignore any work emails for the rest of the day. Cooking and cleaning take my mind off of work as well. So in my last sentence, I said I switch off literally and metaphorically. Literally, to switch off, I will put my phone on silent. Put is the collocation when you change the mode of your phone. If it makes a noise, you can put it on speaker. If you make it quiet, you put it on silent. If you're on a plane, you put it on airplane mode. So when you change that setting, you put your phone on a setting. So I put my phone on silent. So even if I get a message or an email, I won't hear it unless I look at it. Another literal switch off is I close out of all the programs on my laptop. So Zoom, Teams, everything, I close those programs. It is totally right to say I close all the programs. I close the programs. But in my script, I said I close out of all the programs. We've seen examples like this in our previous episodes where native speakers use a phrasal verb even if we don't have to, like send over an email is send an email, or park up means park. I'm doing the same thing here, close out of a program. It has the same meaning, but a phrasal verb is a bit more conversational and a bit more casual. And we want to give you real life conversational English. So here you go. The phrasal verb is close out of all the programs. So those are the ways I literally switch off. Metaphorically, I ignore any work emails. That's me metaphorically switching off. I'm just ignoring emails. Even if I see a message and a new one pops into my inbox, I'm not going to open it because I'm off and I want to decompress. Just like Kat as well, boring tasks help me relax. Cooking and cleaning take my mind off of work as well. So Kat said, get my mind off. I'm saying, take my mind off. And it's the same meaning. It helps me forget about it. It helps me stop thinking about it. So it takes my mind off of it. If I'm sad or unhappy, hanging out with my friends or doing some exercise will take my mind off of it. Or if I'm annoyed, playing some video games will take my mind off of it. So I'm distracting myself on purpose, so I'm not thinking about negative or bad emotions. I'm deliberately distracting myself. Okay, so on the weekends, do you try to take time to yourself on those 2 days?
On the weekend, I usually carve out some me time by either treating myself to a spa day or simply lounging around at home with a good movie, putting on some soothing music, maybe doing some yoga. So on the weekend, I usually carve out some me time. So if we carve out some time, carving is when we take a knife and we cut into something, okay? We are carving. So if you are carving out some time, that means that you are making time. You are pushing your schedule a little bit forward, pushing your schedule a little bit back. You are making that time. You are creating that time. Now, sometimes it's not just writing it in your schedule book. You might actually have to move some things around. That's why we say carving it out. Carve out some me time. So I took some time to myself and I'm carving out some me time. And I use this a lot. I need some me time. No kids, no husband, no work, no pets, no nothing. I need some me time. Usually it's because I'm stressed. I need some time alone. Some me time. Even some me time could involve my friends. It could involve my family. But I think usually me time is time that you like to spend alone by yourself doing your favorite things. So I try to carve out some me time by either treating myself. Treating myself is to do something nice for yourself. Treating myself to a spa day. Now, a spa day sounds very expensive and fun, but a spa day could also be something at home. Maybe you put on a hair mask or a face mask, or you paint your nails, or you could actually go out, get your hair done, get your nails done, do something nice for yourself. That is treating yourself. Treating myself to a spa day, treating myself to a little shopping, treating myself to a little shopping, or simply lounging around at home. Lounging around at home. So if you are lounging at home, you are laying back, relaxing. Just like Mark said, sometimes we add a little extra word. If you are lounging around, I think maybe you're laying on the bed, then maybe you're laying on the couch. Then maybe you're sitting at the table, and then maybe you're laying back down on the couch. So if we're just lounging around, laying around, I would probably get in trouble if I was supposed to be doing some chores And my mom says, "You're just laying around the house." "Oh, but I'm tired. Oh, I'm laying on the bed, and then I was laying on the couch, and then I was lounging by the pool." So lounging around kind of means that you're going from one place to the other, but you're still just laying down, not doing anything.
Right, you're not achieving anything. Right?
Mm-mm, not at all. So, maybe you're lounging around at home with a good movie, a good book, a good show. That just means that, it's something that makes you feel good. A good movie, a good book, a good show, or putting on some soothing music. Soothing. Soothing is calming. When your baby is crying and you need to soothe the baby, that means you need to calm the baby down. So, putting on some soothing music, maybe doing some yoga. Now, we do use the word do for yoga, doing some yoga, doing some stretches, doing some exercise. All right. So, what about you, Mark? Do you try to take some time to yourself on the weekends?
When it's the weekend, going for a walk or doing some exercise really helps put the week behind me. So, going for a walk or doing some exercise really helps put the week behind me. That's the main phrase, put the week behind me. When we think about time in English, the future is in front of me, so the week ahead, and the past is behind me. And when it's behind me, it's finished, it's over, and also I'm over it. It's behind me. I can't change it. I can't do anything about it. I don't want to look back anymore. I want to look forward. So when it's behind me, it's not affecting me anymore. I'm over it. I have forgotten about it. Now I'm looking forward. You might hear this phrase in a meeting like, let's put that result behind us. It
Mm,
was a bad quarter. Let's put that quarter behind us. So don't think about it anymore. It's in the past. I'm focused on the future. Yeah, if you've had a busy day at work, you might say, I just want to put today behind me and move on. So if I put it behind me, I put it into the past so I can forget about it and look forwards. So yeah, going for a walk or doing some exercise really helps me put the week behind me. This horrible, stressful week. I don't want to think about it anymore. Exercising or going for a walk helps me put it behind me. So, last question of our scripts. How do you feel after you've finally relaxed a little bit?
With work being so stressful lately, it's really important for me to have this time to unwind and recharge, making sure I'm ready to tackle the week ahead. So, Mark just talked about putting something behind us because we want to look forward. So, I'm ready to tackle the week ahead. Now, I want to start with this first phrase with work being so stressful lately. It's kind of an odd grammatical structure, but we use it quite often. With work being so stressful lately. That means this is what's happening right now. With work being so stressful lately. That means recently, work has been really stressful, but it's happening right now. So, with my husband being so busy this week, I'm going to take the kids to work every day, or I'm going to take the kids to school every day. Oh, with my kids being so tired from exams lately, we should go on a fun little family day trip. With my parents being in town, I'm really busy and I can't go out for coffee. So it's kind of telling you what's happening currently with work being so stressful lately. This is what's happening right now. So it's really important for me to have this time to unwind and recharge. Unwind and recharge. Unwind. So when you wind something up, here we can wind up the cord. We wind up, starts to get tighter and tighter and tighter until we finally need to de stress and unwind. Okay. So if we're all wound up, it's an irregular one, wound up, we feel very kind of tight and stressed. And then we can unwind a little bit. The next word we have is recharge. Recharge, to charge again. Now, when we have a low battery, we often take our charger, we plug it in, and we charge our phones. With humans, we often treat ourselves like a battery. We're not 100%. We need to recharge, which means we need to put that battery, put that energy level back to 100. So unwind and recharge, making sure I'm ready to tackle the week ahead. So if we want to tackle something, we've used this a couple of times in previous episodes. If we want to tackle the week ahead, that means that we are going to really solve the problems that are coming. So tackle a problem usually means that the problem is quite big and you need to take apart the problem piece by piece and work through it. So if we want to tackle an issue, tackle the work, tackle a problem, tackle the week ahead, we are really getting ready to fight. We're really getting ready to fight that week ahead because we know with work being so stressful lately that next week is probably going to continue to be stressful and we need to tackle the week ahead after feeling recharged.
Yeah, you probably see
So,
tackle in
mhm.
sports. If you watch TV, if you watch football, then a player tackles another player. So it's a very physical way to address a problem. So I feel like if you tackle the problem, you're giving a lot of energy into it. Now, and now you have all this energy because you've relaxed. You can really go into the next week like full power, full force, like a football player or something.
Right. So, how do you feel after you've relaxed a little?
I think having this downtime to recuperate really helps me reset and feel ready for the week ahead. So, downtime. I think having this downtime, if you put that in Google, it will probably suggest free time as a synonym. And that's kind of right, but I think there's a difference between downtime and free time. If you have free time, I imagine that's time for doing things like hobbies or socializing or going out. But downtime, that feels like time for doing nothing. Got no responsibilities, no pressure. You can just sit on the sofa for hours and achieve nothing. That's downtime. So no exercise, no hobbies or anything. Downtime, again, sometimes it's the only way people can relax. Some people really need some downtime. Even after a weekend, you've been seeing your friends, going shopping, watching TV. Maybe you've done some relaxing things, and after that, you're tired of all these fun things. So you need some downtime where you do absolutely nothing. So in my downtime, I just sit on the sofa and watch TV. I don't expect people to do anything in their downtime. So I think having this downtime to recuperate means to recover. This is recover or get your strength back physically and mentally. You might need a few days off to mentally recuperate. And physically, if you get an injury or if you get hurt, we also say recuperate. Like if you watch the news, somebody is in an accident, the news might say he's recuperating in hospital. So it can be quite a big injury or a serious injury. And when you get better and heal, you recuperate. And again, like Kat said, we often talk about ourselves like machines or like phones or with batteries. Earlier, I switched off, and then Kat needs to recharge, and one more, reset. So having this downtime to recuperate really helps me reset. So if you reset your computer, it forgets everything and it starts fresh. It's a new start. If you reset your phone, it shuts off, forgets everything, and then comes back on and it's brand new. We can do the same thing mentally, like I can wipe away last week. I can forget about it. Next week is a new week. It's a fresh start. I can reset. Again, put it behind me, forget about it, reset, and get ready for the week ahead, the next week.
Hello, high level listeners. Have you ever wondered, how do I start a friendly and polite work conversation in English? How do I ask my American or British coworkers for updates or news about work? How do I end this conversation and get back to work? Well, you're in luck because today we've got English conversation starters for you today so you can feel more confident starting conversations and also ending them with your coworkers in English.
Yes, today we're very excited to help you talk and get along with your colleagues better than ever before. My name's Mark, the British voice here on High Level Listening, and I'm joined by Kat from the US. And together we're going to show you some very useful and appropriate conversation starters and questions which you can use with your coworkers and colleagues in English.
Now, if you're interested in some more of the cultural aspects of small talk at work, our most recent video, Do's and Don'ts of Small Talk in the Workplace, would be perfect for you to watch either before or after this video. So let's get started. Let's start with some simple conversation starters. We'll give you 6 easy to use sentence structures that you can use to fill in your own topics of conversation. Then we'll tie up the conversation with some common phrases to finish your conversation and ideally get back to work.
So first we'll explain the context and the basic structure of the sentence, then give you lots and lots of examples so you can add your own ideas and then adapt them to your own work. So the first conversation starter is, how's your day been? How has your day been? How's your day been? So we're using the present perfect. How has something been? I'm using the present perfect because we are at work now. The work is still going on. We haven't finished the day yet. It's before 5 p.m. or 5:30, so the work is continuing. It's not finished. So, how has your day been? An alternative could be, how has your week been? Maybe during the week it's Wednesday, so there are 2 more days to go. The week is not finished, so I can use the present perfect. How's your week been? How has your week been? How's your week been? Here are some replies to this question. How's your day been? Yeah, not too bad. That's a very British answer. Yeah, not too bad. How's your week been? Yeah, not too bad. You can also use the present perfect in your reply. How's your day been? It's been busy. It's been fine. A lot of native speakers break this rule and don't say the present perfect. They just say one word. How's your day been? Busy. How's your day been? Fine. So you can do that too. How about you, Kat? Can you give us any more examples of this structure?
So, a pretty common one. How's your morning been? How's your morning been? Sometimes in the morning as well, we might add a little phrase at the end. How's your morning been so far? How's your morning been so far? That means until now, how's your morning been? Another good one would be, how's your new project been? How's your new project been? Now, I'm asking you for some updates. Updates on your morning, updates on your new project. Oh, how's your new project been? So here's a couple of things you can say in response. How's your morning been? Oh, it's been good. Things have been good. Now remember, it is the present perfect. So it's been good. Very quick. It's been good. It's been good. It has been good. Things have been good. All right. That's very quick in conversation. Things have been. Things have been. Things have been good. Things have been good. And when I say things, I mean life, events, updates, news, the world. Things have been good. How's your new project been? The new project's been good. The project's been good. Projects been good. The new project has been good. So, how's your morning been? It's been good. How's your new project been? Ah, the new project's been good. Let's continue on to number 2.
Hmm. How is your day going? How's your day going? How's your day going? So the structure is how is something going? You can change the something. For example, how's your work going? How's your work going? A little bit different structure, but it's the same meaning as the previous question. How has your day been? How is your day going? Is the same question in different grammar. This one, how is your day going, is the present continuous. Again, because it's continuing. It's not finished yet. It's not 5 p.m. yet. Work is still going. So, how's your day going? How's your work going? This is a nice, easy way to ask a colleague about their day at work at the moment or recently in the last few hours. Some replies to this question could be, how's your day going? Yeah, it's going well. Yeah, it's going well. The question starts with how, so I need to use adverbs like well. It's going well. Yeah, it's going quite smoothly. Or, yeah, it's going quickly, actually. So you can use adverbs in your reply. How about you, Kat? Can you give us some more examples?
Now, sometimes, and I hear this quite often, I know we're supposed to use adverbs. The difference between well and good, it's a fine line, right? So, how's your new role going? Oh, it's going good. It's going good. A
Hmm.
very casual reply, going good. It's going good.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where maybe, I don't know if it's a difference between the UK and the US, or maybe we're just a little more easygoing, but it's going good. It's going good is a very casual and friendly response, even if the grammar isn't exactly right.
Mm.
Even
Yes,
at
I think
work.
Brits like well. Mm.
Yes.
Sure. We
Even
could
at
say that in
even
a
at
UK
work.
office.
Sure. Even at work, it's not rude or wrong. It's just something most people say. How's your new role going? Yeah, it's going good. It's going good, especially if you're feeling positive about it.
Mm.
Easy enough. It's going well. It's going good. So, how's your new role going? ROLE. Your new role could be another position, your new position, your new role. Maybe instead of the assistant, you are the director. So you have changed not really your job, but maybe your position. How's your new role going? How's your new project going? How's your training going? Right? Because we are doing these things over time. How's your new role going? How's your new project going? How's your training going? And some good replies to this. Yeah, it's going well. Okay. It's going okay. Now, going often turns into going. What's going? It's going okay. It's going okay. Ah, the new project is coming along. So, how's it going? It's coming along. That means we're working on it. We're working on it. It's not fast, but it's coming along. It's coming along. Hey, how's your training going? Whew, the new training is tough, but we're getting through it. We're getting through it step by step. We're getting through it. All right, let's continue on to number 3.
How are things going with your team? How are things going
Mm.
with your team? Slightly longer one. This is also a question that's similar to the previous two, but this time I want to ask my colleagues about people, the people they work with, maybe, or their boss, or maybe the group that they're in. How are things going with your team? If I want to ask my colleague about a new client they have, how are things going with your client? Or maybe my colleague has a new boss or a new superior, a new supervisor. How are things going with your new boss? So, like most of our questions here, in the office, we're asking for updates. We want to know if things are going well, okay, or badly. We want to know if there are any problems, because maybe we can help. And this is a polite, appropriate, but friendly way to ask for those updates. So, yeah, how are things going with your team? How are things going with your client? Is everything okay? Do you need any help? Do you need any advice? Again, we're using the present continuous because you are in the middle of this work. It is happening. You're doing it every day. So, how are things going with? And you can change that object. Some replies. If I ask my colleague, how's everything going with your new team? Yeah, it's going well. It's going smoothly. Like last time, my question starts with how, so I can use an adverb. But yeah, as Kat said, casually, I can say, yeah, it's going good. Yeah, it's going great. Or it's going good. I can use that casually too. Because this work with the colleague is not finished, I can also use the present perfect. How are things going with your new boss? It's been tricky so far. So it's been pretty good so far. We've been getting to know each other. So present perfect tenses are also available. Another phrase, we're making a lot of progress. How are things going with your new team? Yeah, we're making a lot of progress. Or how are things going with your new client? Yeah, we're getting a lot done. So there's the continuous. Can you give us some more examples?
Absolutely. I like this phrase because we can very confidently use it with people. Our other phrase, how's your day going? We wouldn't usually use this with people. How's your boss going? It sounds okay in Spanish and in French, but it doesn't really translate to English. So, how are things going with this person? How are things going with this thing? Very easy to use this with things, tasks, jobs, and people. So, I like it. It's very, very flexible. So, how are things going with the new guy? The new guy is the new person who's been hired at work, the new guy. How are things going with your new department? How are things going with your family? How are things going? How are things going? We can even just ask that question alone. How are things going? Just life in general. So, this is a great question for small talk conversation at work. Just change it to a work topic. Oh, how are things going with your art? You can change it to a hobby as well. Very easy sentence, very flexible. So, some responses. How are things going? Oh, things are going really well. Things are going really well. When I say things, I mean life in general. Oh, things are going really well. Everything's going well. Everything is going well. Everything's going well. Everything's going well. They're going okay. Okay. Now, okay usually means positive, right? But kind of a nice way to say things aren't great. I mean,
Hmm.
things are going okay. It feels like a nice way to say I'm not really happy with what's going on, but I'll live. I'll live, right?
It's a 5 out of 10. Solid
Yeah, a 5 out of
5 out of
10.
10. Nothing more.
Mediocre at best. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
things are
okay.
they're going okay. Things are going okay. It is what it is. That's life, right? A negative one. Ooh, things aren't going that well. Things aren't going that well. And honestly, things haven't been great. Okay. Things haven't been great. So Mark said it's been a bit tricky so far. And I would say, things haven't been great. Things haven't been great. So these are all possible responses. It just depends on how negative you want to share, what kind of negativity you want to share. I think if you want to share some negativity, things are going okay. That's probably that's giving the person a little bit of information, but not complaining. Definitely.
Yeah, you don't want that reputation at work that all you do is complain and
Yeah.
moan about things. Yeah, that brings the whole office down. So, yeah, minimum okay. That's like the worst you can be.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on to another structure. If you want to talk to your colleagues at work, you can ask them, how do you like the job so far? How do you like the job
Mm-hmm.
so far? How do you like the job so far? So the structure we're using is how do you like something so far? Like, how do you like the job so far? How do you like working from home so far? How do you like the team dynamics so far? Again, maybe something new has started at work. Maybe there's a new scheme where you can work from home. So that's new for you. And after a few days, I would say, how do you like working from home so far? Are you enjoying it? Has it been fun? Is it a bit weird? So when something new happens, you can ask your colleagues about this. If your colleague is brand new and they only just started a few days ago, how do you like the job so far? How do you like the job so far? Has it been okay? Have you learned a lot of things? Have you met everybody yet? Is it quite overwhelming and tricky? You can get all this information from your colleague. And again, we're asking these because we could help. We could give them some advice or some reassurance. So that's why these small talk conversations can actually become quite meaningful. So if your colleague asks you this, what can you reply? You can say, how do you like the job so far? Yeah, it's been really great so far. So far influences our grammar a lot here. So far means until now, so present perfect territory. How do you like the job so far? I've been enjoying it so far. Or, how do you like working from home? Yeah, everything is going well so far. So that's the present perfect. Everything is going well so far. Kat, can you give us some more examples?
Actually, I kind of wanted to make a point here. We've added this extra word at the front, at the beginning of the sentence. How? How do you like the job so far? We could we just ask, do you like the job so far? We would say yes or no.
Mm,
But how do you like the job so far? We're asking you to give us more of your opinion, not just a yes or no question. So when Mark says, yeah, yeah, he's not really saying yes to the question because it's not a yes or no question. How do you like the job so far?
mm,
It's that yeah is more of a filler word, kind of just starting like, yeah, it's good. It's good. But we're not really saying, yes, I like the job. We're about to say, "Oh, I like it, and this is why." So, how do you like the job so far? How do you like the project so far? Kind of sort of what do you think about it and do you like it at the same time, right? So, how do you like the new role so far? How do you like the company so far? How do you like the project so far? It's more than just yes or no. I like this phrase, so far, so good. Simple, neutral, so far, so good. Meaning until now, until this point in time, everything has been good. So far, so good. All right. And another one, yeah, I really like the project. It's challenging, but it's really interesting. So, how do you like the project so far? It. I like it. It's almost like you're asking yourself, "Do I like it?" Yeah, yeah, I do. Yeah, I really like the project. It's challenging, but it's really interesting. So, how do you like the project so far? Honestly, it's been great so far. People are really friendly, and the training has been very eye opening. That's not bad. So, how do you like it? how do you like the new project so far is much more than just do you like it. It's another
Mm,
level, sharing that experience.
nice, good way to extract more information from your
Mm,
colleagues. If you want a longer answer, put a
hmm
how at the front and you'll get some more information out of them. Yeah, it's good tactic.
hmm
Okay, on to our fifth question. What do you think about Sarah's idea? What do you think about Sarah's idea? What do you think about Sarah's idea? So, the question we're asking, the main structure is what do you think about blah blah? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? What do you think about the boss's suggestion? This could be after a meeting or after you've had a discussion with your team. There were lots of ideas mentioned or lots of potential decisions. Afterwards, you can discuss privately or just between you and a colleague. You can discuss those ideas. Do you think they were good ideas? Did you like their ideas? Do you have a different idea or do you disagree completely? I can ask you about that. Again, this isn't gossip. This is talking about work, but we're still being professional. This is an appropriate question, I think. It is slightly less formal than the one we'll look at in a moment. What do you think about the boss's suggestion? It's quite ambitious, right? Do you think we can do that? Or what do you think about the new schedule? I don't know, starting at 8 instead of 9? I don't like that idea. So if something changes at work or if there's some potential decisions, you can ask what your colleagues think. What do you think about that? If someone asks you, you could say, oh, what do you think about the boss's suggestion? I think it makes sense. It makes sense means I understand the idea and maybe it's a good idea. Or what do you think about Sarah's idea? I think it might work, but I'm not sure. Or what do you think about the new schedule? I'm not totally convinced yet. So all of these questions were about other people's ideas or changes. Kat, can you give us some more examples?
I might be talking to a coworker and, wow, what do you think about the merger? So, a merger is where two companies come together. A merger. So, what do you think about the merger? Also, it's a good way to get the feelings because you could say, how do you feel about it? But we try to sometimes separate our feelings from work. So, what do you think about it? I do want your professional opinion. I don't want you
Mm,
to say something like, oh, I'm scared about losing my job. We do need to keep it a bit more professional. So, what do you think about this? A good way to kind of get a sense of, how people are feeling, but in a professional way. What do you think about that email they sent out? What do you think about that email they sent out? Now, I had a couple of responses that I thought were pretty good because they're a little bit generic. I think overall, it's a good idea. Now, maybe you don't have all your thoughts together. Yeah, we have pros, we have cons, we have positives, we have negatives. What do you think about this? Well, I have lots of thoughts about this, but I think overall, it's a good idea. Or I think overall, probably won't work. So this is a good kind of summary, a quick summary overall, kind of in summary or in general. Another one, hey, I'm not sure what I think. It has pros and it has cons. So you could say it has some positives, it has some negatives. I'm not sure what I think. And that could be honest, right? Maybe you just don't want to talk about it sometimes. Honestly, right now, I don't have enough information. I'm not sure what I think. I'm not sure what I think. Or you could just tell people, I think it could be better. So the possibility, I think it could use some work. I think it could be better. Or I think in general, it's not the best idea. In general, overall, these are just kind of summary words. Maybe we don't have all of our thoughts collected yet. So I think generally, it's not too bad. I think in general, it's not the best idea. I think overall, it's a good idea. So you can kind of use these as the structure to talk about how you feel about these things as well. Okay, so we have a little bit more of a formal question, and it just changes a little bit. But Mark, can you introduce the second one that's very similar?
So, yes, the previous question, if you're chatting to your colleague face to face in the break room or just at your desk, what do you think about the new idea is fine. But maybe if you're in a meeting or you're sending an email or if you're in a more formal situation, you can ask, what are your thoughts on the new project? What are your thoughts on the new project? What are your thoughts on the new project? The main structure is what are your thoughts on something? So when I ask you this question, I'm asking you to elaborate more. I'm expecting a longer answer with a bit more detail, maybe some examples to support your opinions, a much more formal professional answer. So your boss might ask you this in a meeting, or your colleague might ask you and they want your professional opinion. So if someone asks you this, be prepared to talk and share quite a bit more. They might ask, what are your thoughts on the new project? What are your thoughts on the presentation? So give me your professional opinion about that presentation. Or what are your thoughts on the new software? Again, if personally you hate the new software, the buttons are all weird, it's slow, and it doesn't work, don't say that. I want your professional opinion. What are your thoughts on the new software? I'd say, yes, I think it needs some work. There are still some kinks to iron out, but overall, I can see why we've installed it. So this is your professional opinion here. Again, if someone asks, they're expecting longer answers. So here are two good long answers. What are your thoughts on the new project? I can understand the benefits on paper, but I still think there are a lot of details we need to work out. What are your thoughts on the new project? Personally, I think the project sounds quite promising, and we should explore it a little further. So, professional question, a formal question, formal response. Okay, Kat, can you give us any more examples?
Yeah, absolutely. Because we need a bit more time to think or maybe again collect our thoughts. If someone says, well, what are your thoughts on the matter? Well, overall, I feel that we're going in the right direction, but I'd like to get back to you with some more specific thoughts or ideas. So we can give a quick summary. We can give a general opinion. Overall, I feel that we're going in the right direction. Okay, this is good for us. But I'd like to get back to you. I'd like to get back to you with some more specific thoughts. In another direction you might take, in my opinion, I don't see this working for us in the end, but I would like to discuss this further. So, again, this is just a general opinion, a quick yes, I agree, no, I don't agree. And then I'd like to continue this conversation. I would like to discuss this further. And you can definitely feel the language has shifted a little bit with this question. We've become a bit more serious. We've used a bit more professional, formal language. This is not as easygoing as the other question. So you can see how English does shift and change based on the type of question that you ask. So while we continue to the very last one, getting news and updates, a quick and easy one for number 6.
Did you hear about the new regulations? Did you hear about the new regulations? Did you hear about the new regulations? Again, so we're going back now to a slightly more casual scenario where maybe you're chatting with your colleague in the break room or you're making a cup of coffee or tea and you just want to know what they think. Maybe there's been a new update, an email went out to everyone in the office, and maybe it's quite big news, maybe it changes things in how you work. So you want to know if your colleagues have seen it, and you also want to know what they think. Like literally, I'm asking, did you see or did you hear about the new regulations? but I also want to know what you think about them. So this is 2 questions in one, really. We're going to use 3 verbs. Did you hear about something? Did you hear about the layoffs? Did you hear about the new schedule? Read. Did you read about the layoffs? Did you read about the new schedule? And did you see? No preposition. Did you see the layoffs? Did you see the new schedule? So remember, it's hear about, read about, see. No preposition. So, did you see the new regulations? Did you hear about the new regulations? Did you see that message from the boss? Did you read about that message from the boss? So, if someone asks you this question, what can you say? Did you hear about the new regulations? Yeah, I know. That's a short answer. If someone asks you about see or read, did you read that message from the boss? Yeah, I skimmed through it. To skim is to read quickly. You're not reading every word. You're skimming it just to get the general idea. We're very busy at work, so sometimes you only have time to skim. So, yeah, I skimmed through it. Or, I glanced at it quickly. Glance is again to look quickly. So, you can say that about messages. Did you hear about the layoffs? No, I haven't yet. Or, no, I didn't. Those would both be suitable. Or maybe you missed a message completely. Did you see that message from the boss? No. What's happening? So those are some replies you could give. Can you give us some more examples of questions with this structure?
Yes. So I could say something like, did you hear about the new paperwork we need to do? So maybe there's a new law, a new regulation, something new at the company. Did you hear about this information? Did you hear about the new paperwork we need to do? Yeah, I did. HR told me about it last week. Okay, so did you hear about it? Yeah, someone told me about the information. Someone told me about it last week. Someone told me that information last week. Did you read about the new paperwork we need to do? Well, I read the email pretty quickly, but I need to read more about the paperwork. So I read the email, but I read more about the paperwork. Read more about the paperwork. So if I'm reading about something, I'm learning more information. But we don't say read about an email. We read an email. That means we look at the words on the screen and we read it. Then, if we want to find more information on the topic, maybe read more about the job, read more about the paperwork, read more about this, then we are going to learn more about the topic. Did you see that memo? Yeah, I saw it. I can't believe it. Did you see? Yeah, I saw it. Yes, I did. Yes, I saw it. Okay, so don't forget that did you see that memo? Yes, I did. I'm shocked. Or, yeah, I saw it. I hate it. Very comfortable with your friends at work.
Mhm.
I hate it.
It's a good question for office gossip. This is the best one for gossip, for sure. Did you see that message? I know. Yeah, you can get real
Yes,
gossipy with that one.
for sure.
So we've seen 7 great questions to start conversations with your colleagues about work, about all kinds of things. How do you finish the conversation politely, professionally, without hurting anyone's feelings? We'll give you some example sentences that you can use to walk away and get back to work without offending your colleagues. Mine will be more British, and my first one starts with a very British word that every British person says before they stand up or before they leave. Right. Bonus points if you can slap your thighs or slap your legs before you stand up. It's right. And then go. But if you're in the break room and you're holding a cup of tea, you can pretend to check your watch or your phone and say, right, I should probably get back to my desk. I'll chat to you in a bit. So, right, I should probably get back to my desk. I'll chat to you in a bit. Okay, I've really got to get on with that email. Catch up later? So, okay, I've really got to get on with that email. Catch up later? And sorry, I've got a meeting in a few minutes. Let's pick this up later. At the end of all of these statements, I've got something that shows we're going to talk again later. I'm not finishing this conversation forever. We will see each other again, and I want to talk again. So those three phrases were, I'll chat to you in a bit, catch up later, let's pick this up later. So these phrases also help you be a bit more friendly. You sound like you're keen or you want to talk to them again very soon in the future. Maybe the next time you're in the break room or the next time you have a bit of downtime at work. Kat, can you give us some American examples?
Sure. Oh, look at the time. I've got to hop into a meeting. Let's touch base tomorrow. I feel like I'm at work.
Yeah.
Look at the time. Oh, look at the time. I've got to hop into a meeting. I've got to jump into a meeting. It means I have to enter a meeting. I have to start a meeting. I've got to hop into a meeting. Let's touch base tomorrow. So just like Mark, we should continue this conversation, but right now I have to go. Let's touch base, meaning let's contact each other tomorrow. Let's touch base tomorrow. Okay, I've got to tie things up here. Let's keep in touch about the results. This feels quite a bit more direct, especially if you are the boss or if you really are pressed for time, quite rushing around. Okay, I've got to tie things up here. If you tie something up, you need to come to a close, come to an end, finish something. I've got to tie things up here. Let's keep in touch about the results. Let's keep in touch. Another way, touch base, keep in touch. Simple and easy. I should probably get back. I should probably get back. Now we can continue. I should probably get back to work. I should probably get back to my office. I should probably get back to the meeting. I should probably get back, meaning I should probably move myself back to where I was before. Should probably get back. See you later. See you later. Now, one of my ultimate favorite office cliches. Let's circle back to this at a later time. Let's circle back to this at a later time. If you circle back, that means you will discuss it later. But a lot of the times, if someone says, let's circle back to that, we might never talk about it again. It might be a polite way to say, stop talking about that. So it depends on the situation. It is a cliche, but it's still used. Let's circle back to this at a later time. A very polite way to end the conversation and stop talking about that topic. Quick and easy. Sorry, I've got to run. Check in later. You're on the phone. Sorry, I've got to run. Run or leave. I've got to go. Sorry, I've got to run. Check in later. All right, so there you go. A huge range of different ways to start and end those conversations with your English coworkers.
Yes, we hope you learned lots of useful phrases from this video.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, high-level listeners. We're back with a new speaking practice episode, Agreeing and Disagreeing at Work. Have you ever wondered, how do I politely tell my colleagues that I don't agree with them? Or have you ever stayed quiet at work or in a meeting because you didn't quite know how to share your opinion? Do you find yourself simply saying yes or no to your coworkers and want something a bit more natural? Well, that is exactly what we're going to show you today. We're going to teach you some really, really useful phrases and expressions that you can use to both agree and disagree politely and clearly at work. Almost all of these phrases are used in both American and British English, so you can feel confident using them in both places and in both accents.
Yes, that's right. Today, we're very excited to help you communicate more honestly with your colleagues without seeming rude or too direct or unprofessional at all. So, in this video, we'll go through a range of words and phrases, starting with strongly agreeing with colleagues, going through to strongly disagreeing with them. After each word and phrase, there'll be a short dialogue so you can hear how this phrase sounds in a real conversation. Let's get started. All of these next phrases are for when you strongly agree with a colleague or they say something and you think it's a good idea.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, here's a quick conversation. Well, I just think it would be better if we get started tomorrow.
Absolutely. Let's get started early tomorrow.
Phrase number 2, exactly. Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly. Here's a short dialogue using exactly. The boss has lots of good ideas, but he just never follows through with them.
Exactly. I never know if I should start planning things or just wait until he forgets. Phrase number 3, 100% agree. 100% agree.
100% agree. 100% agree.
Here's a quick conversation. It might be nice to start the meetings with a quick recap of the previous meeting.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I'll send everyone an email and let them know.
Phrase number 4, I couldn't agree more. I could not. I couldn't agree more.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Here's a little dialogue. I feel like it would be better if we had a 30-minute break instead of a 20-minute break.
I couldn't agree more. We could all use a longer break.
So, this next set of phrases will be useful short phrases when your friend or coworker is making some points that you agree with, but you don't want to stop them talking and you don't want to interrupt them. In British and American working culture, sometimes being silent can seem like you don't agree or maybe you don't understand. So, these little phrases will show that you're still listening, you still understand, and you still agree.
The first one, sure. Sure. I always pair this with a little nod. Sure. Sure.
Sure, 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 sure. Like I'm still listening.
I like this one because I think we do have a different pronunciation. I would say sure, sure.
I say sure,
Uh,
sure, right? Like the seashore, sure.
the next one, of course. Of course. And this is a nod, but it's also, oh, of course. Of course.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm. Now this is an interesting one. It's a and a hmm. Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Hmm. Mm. Hmm.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I think this is the least formal one for me. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-uh is no, and uh-huh is yes.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Right. Oh, right. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. Right.
So I really like all of those because I'm not going to stop you from talking. I'm just letting you know that I'm listening. Ah, yeah. Uh huh. Right, right. Sure, sure. So these are all common little words and phrases that we use to make sure that the other person knows we're still talking. Especially when you're on the phone, these are great. Because if you don't talk to me on the phone, hello, are you there? So you need to say these things. Uh-huh. Of course. Sure. Right. Now, you don't have to say all of them all the time, but usually after a point or two, Mark might be talking, saying a few things. There's a small break. Right. Yes. Sure. Of course. Right. So these are great for those little filler words to agree with someone. If you do have the opportunity to confirm and talk a bit more and you need a little bit longer sentences, these would be some great phrases. That's a good point. That's a really good point.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Here's a little dialogue with that phrase. I just think this is more important and we should start here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I totally agree. Our next phrase, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. We're saying that it's logical. That makes a lot of sense.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I understand and I like your idea.
So here's a quick conversation. So I switched up these two things to make it easier for everybody.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it'll be easier in the future. Thanks.
All right, our next phrase, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
I see what you mean. Ah, I see what you mean.
Here's a quick conversation. It's that I don't like the new logo. It just doesn't make me think of our business.
Yeah, I see what you mean. We can try something different.
The next phrase, I feel the same way. I feel the same way. Good for emotions and feelings.
I feel the same way. Yeah, I feel the same way. Here's a quick dialogue. I'm not really sure I like the new office yet.
I feel the same way. It has some nice spaces, but I'm still getting used to it. Another section of agreeing is when we're thinking the same thing. Sometimes by coincidence, a coworker or a colleague or a friend says something almost exactly that you wanted to say. This happens quite a bit, so these are some good phrases to tell them that you agree because we're thinking the same thing. Number one, that's what I was about to say. That's what I was gonna say.
That's what I was about to say. That's what I was going to say. Here's a little dialogue with that phrase. The first version of the app was okay, but honestly, I still think it needs more work.
That's what I was gonna say. In a few more weeks, I think it'll look great. Here's another one, very similar. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Now, here's a quick conversation. I like the room, but it would be nicer with a few more pieces.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'll get started on that.
Okay, now this includes a good phrase. We're on the same page, which means we have the same opinion. We agree. So here's our phrase. We're definitely on the same page here. We're definitely on the same page here.
We're definitely on the same page here. Yes, we're definitely on the same page here. Here's a quick dialogue. I took a look at that report, and we're definitely on the same page here. So let's go ahead and get started.
Great. Looking forward to working with you. Now, here's a phrase that Mark agreed is mostly American. I'm not sure if it's the South part of the United States, but we definitely love this phrase. Now, we call this a fixed phrase because we don't usually change any of these words. You took the words right out of my mouth. You took the words right out of my mouth. So I use this sometimes when, wow, you said exactly what I wanted to say. The words were here and you took them right out of my mouth. So, Mark is going to be a part of the conversation, but as an American, we use this phrase more often. So, Mark will start.
Well, I was thinking we'd finish up this meeting a little early. Everyone's been working hard, and we can finish this tomorrow.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Let's wrap this up. See you tomorrow. All right. Our final little phrase, which I like, is actually just a single word. And it's a fun and informal way that we can use to joke or tease when two people say exactly the same thing at the same time. We use the word jinx, Jinx, jinx. And it's just kind of a funny thing. So Mark will start. We'll try to say it at the same time.
Okay. That man from HR, what's his name again? Jonathan.
Jonathan.
That.
Ha, jinx. Yeah, his name is Jonathan.
So it's kind of a
So,
competition. The first, you have to
yeah,
say it first, right? If I
yes.
say jinx first, then I win. If you say it first, then I lose. It's like a race to say it first.
I would say yes. You can use this with coworkers and colleagues, but ones that you're kind of friends with, because I think it can be seen as a little immature. If your boss is a very serious person, I wouldn't say, "Hey, jinx, boss." I probably wouldn't say that to them. But if you have a very easygoing and you both say the same thing at the same time, it's good luck to say jinx. Ha ha, beat you, jinx.
Okay, so now let's move on to some words and expressions for when you disagree with a coworker or a colleague. This first set of phrases will be slightly or mildly disagreeing. And like we promised, we're going to do this professionally and politely.
So, phrase number one, I see your point, but I see your point. However,
I see your point, but I see your point, but so I slightly disagree. Maybe I agree with a little bit, but I'm not 100% convinced. Here's a quick dialogue.
we have a lot of younger customers, so we need social media ads.
I see your point, but it's the parents who are paying, not the kids. So I think TV would be better.
All right. So, for another phrase where you are mildly disagreeing, I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure about that. Now, it's funny because you are sure about your opinion, but you're not so sure about the other person's opinion. You're not so sure about the other person's sentence. I'm not so sure about that.
Not so sure about that. I'm not so sure about that. Here's a quick dialogue. Sales are just going down and down. I think we should change our strategy.
I'm not so sure about that. We always have a sales dip this time of year. All right, here's another phrase for mildly disagreeing. That's one way to look at it, but this is a good way to tell the other person, yeah, that's good work, good idea, but this is what I think. That's one way to look at it, but
That's one way to look at it, but that's one way to look at it. But so in British and American culture, if we disagree, we like to be as soft as possible when we disagree. So these long phrases are part of making my opinion softer. If we disagree, we don't want any conflict or friction. So we can make our opinion softer. That's one way to look at it. Like, I understand your logic, and your logic is correct, but so we're using these phrases to just be a little bit politer, more polite.
So here's a quick conversation. Look, people don't know the value of things. We should charge much more.
I mean, that's one way to look at it, but customers can tell when they've wasted their money.
Here's another phrase. I had something a little different in mind. How about this instead? I had something a little different in mind. This is a good way to say, I don't really like it. That's not exactly what we talked about. I had something a little different in mind. How about this instead? So, this is offering a suggestion, offering a change. How about this instead?
I had something a little different in mind. How about this instead? I had something a little different in mind. How about this instead? Maybe I thought of some ideas before the meeting or before this discussion. I had my idea, and your idea is very different from mine. Here's a quick dialogue. We should go for advertisements on bus stops and billboards.
Oh, sure. Well, I had something a little different in mind. How about using local influencers online instead? So you can hear from the discussion. Mark wants bus stops and billboards. I want to work online. That's quite different. But nice soft language. I had something a little different in mind. I had something a little different in mind, even if it was the opposite. One is physical, one is digital. That's the opposite. But the way that we talk about it is much softer. I had something a little different in mind. How about this instead? How about this different thing instead? Now, because these next phrases are strongly disagreeing, in order to stay polite, we will start each phrase with a little softener, a phrase that keeps this really strong phrase polite and respectful. So, our first one, I hear what you're saying, but I respectfully disagree. Now, the phrase that is quite strong, I respectfully disagree. I disagree is very strong on its own. I disagree. It's almost too direct. I respectfully disagree. Better, but we're starting it with a little softener. I hear what you're saying. I'm listening to you. I hear what you're saying, but I respectfully disagree.
I hear what you're saying, but I respectfully disagree. I hear what you're saying, but I respectfully disagree. Here's a little dialogue with that phrase. We need to downsize the team. We can't afford to keep going like this.
Oh, okay. Well, I hear what you're saying, but I respectfully disagree. We should keep them on. All right, the next phrase. Ooh, sorry, that's not how I see it. Sorry, that's not how I see it.
Sorry, that's not how I see it. Sorry, that's not how I see it. The softener phrase is sorry. Maybe this is more common in the UK, but if we're about to disagree with you, British people might start with sorry. That's the softener to make our disagreement a little softer and more polite. Sorry, that's not how I see it.
So here's a good dialogue. You know, this main road desperately needs a nice upscale restaurant.
Sorry, but that's not how I see it. The main road is for young people who want to party.
Okay, our next one. I have to disagree. I have to disagree. This one is getting stronger and stronger. Ugh, I have to disagree.
I have to disagree. I have to disagree. You could soften this one again with a sorry. Sorry, I have to disagree. Here's a little dialogue. I think the managers will replace us with AI in a few years anyway.
Ugh, I have to disagree. AI can't talk to customers like we do. It's totally overhyped. All right, so this one is good because it feels solid. You're giving your disagreement. You're giving your opinion. I don't think that's the right solution. I don't think that's the right approach. I don't think that's the right answer. What I really like about this phrase specifically is we do not use the word you. You is very direct. You are the problem. You are the issue. I disagree with you. If we take the you out of it, I don't think that is the right solution. I don't think that's the right answer. This is a wonderful phrase. It's nice and formal, but it's not going to be impolite because we are not using you.
Yes, one of the keys of polite office talk is don't attack the person, attack the idea. Or don't disagree with you, disagree with the idea or the problem. That's much less personal and more respectful. So I don't think that's the right solution. I don't think that's the right approach. I don't think that's the right answer.
So here's a quick back and forth. Okay, let's combine the teams together, then they can finish the job faster.
Sorry, but I don't think that's the right approach. It'll only make things slower.
Okay, this is a good one. Sorry, I don't think I can get on board with that. On board, if you get on board with something, that means you agree, you are part of the project now, part of the opinion. Sorry, I don't think I can get on board with that. This is also a good phrase if something is against your beliefs, against what you're thinking. I can't get on board with that. I can't agree with you. Maybe it's because of how I feel. Maybe it's because I disagree. Maybe it's because of my beliefs. I can't get on board with that.
Sorry, I don't think I can get on board with that. Sorry, I don't think I can get on board with that. Again, sorry is the little softener.
All right, so here's a quick dialogue. Hey, the client wants the new project to be finished by Monday. What do you think?
Sorry, I don't think I can get on board with that. It'd be impossible to finish everything in 4 days. The last one is more for British people, or if you work in a British office. I'm not keen on that idea at all. I'm not keen on that idea at all. The British part of it is the word keen. I'm keen on means I like it, so I'm not keen on it, I don't like it. You'll hear this phrase more often in the UK. I'm keen on this, I'm not keen on that. It's a common way to say that you dislike something politely and respectfully.
So, a quick back and forth. Well, management wants to try out using AI chatbots to replace our customer service teams.
Wow. Okay, I'm not keen on that idea at all.
So now I know for sure that Mark is very against that. Ooh, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all.
Not keen. Yeah, not keen.
All right, so we've got two more phrases that sometimes you will just never agree with someone. That's okay. That's okay. It's not going to be the end of the world. But I quite like this phrase, let's agree to disagree. You have your opinion. I have my opinion. It's okay that we have differences, but let's stop talking about it. Let's agree to disagree.
Let's agree to disagree. Okay, let's agree to disagree. This is a way to finish a discussion. If both your opinions are complete opposites, you're not going to change your mind. They're not going to change their mind. Okay, let's agree to disagree.
Look, we've been talking about this for hours. Let's just let it go.
Okay, yes, let's agree to disagree. Now, the conversation is over. No more.
No more, please. Please, I
Yeah.
can't anymore.
Yes.
Okay, this is a really good one. This is a very fixed phrase. To see eye to eye means to agree, but we almost always use this more commonly in the negative. So when we don't see eye to eye. So I just don't think we see eye to eye on this. I just don't think we see eye to eye. That means we don't have the same opinions. We don't agree. And it's okay if we don't see eye to eye sometimes, but it can also be a reason why you don't want to talk to someone, why you don't really want to have a conversation or you don't want to work with someone. We just don't really see eye to eye.
I just don't think we see eye to eye on this. I just don't think we see eye to eye on this. Here's a quick dialogue. I think it's clear that the mistake came from your team.
Okay, look, I just don't think we see eye to eye on this, and that's okay. But I think we should just move on.
Okay, there you go. Those are some amazing, useful phrases you can use at work to agree and disagree with your coworkers, all while being respectful and professional, but still honest. Hopefully, you can use some of these in your next meetings or discussions in your office in English at work. Today, we'll be talking all about phrasal verbs. Native speakers love using phrasal verbs because they're often the more relaxed and friendly way of talking to other people. But for English learners, phrasal verbs can be very tricky. They are fast, there are so many of them, and sometimes they change meaning depending on your situation or topic as well.
So, in each episode, we're going to focus on one single topic. Today, our topic is phrasal verbs at work. Even if some of these phrases have multiple meanings and they mean something different, all of our phrases will be focused on using them at work, and all of our examples will be about work as well.
Yes, so we'll get started by explaining each phrasal verb simply. Then we'll give you 2 to 4 example sentences of each one. So that should be nice and accessible, nice and easy. And then by the end of this episode, you should be able to talk more fluently and confidently at work using phrasal verbs, just like native speakers do. The good news about this episode as well is that all the phrasal verbs we've chosen are used in American offices and British offices as well. So they're used in both countries and they have the same meaning in both places. So let's start. Kat, what is our first phrasal verb at work?
Let's start with log in. Log in. So, to start using a computer or a website, usually by entering in your username and password. Log in. Log in. Let me just log into Skype and we can video chat. Could you help me log in? I forgot my password.
If you open the website, it will ask you to log in. I can't log in. I forgot my password. So the next phrasal verb is log out. To log out means you end your session on your computer. When you want to leave your account, when you want to stop using software, you can log out. So someone else can use it and no one can use your account. So if you don't move the mouse for 3 minutes, it will log you out. Or where's the button to log out? Ah, there it is.
I think I forgot to log out of my computer at work. Oops. Hopefully, it logged me out automatically. Now, we use log in and log out, and these are becoming more popular. Like if you are logging into Facebook or logging into Instagram, putting in your username, putting in your password. But you can also use log on to get online and log off to get offline. Okay, so we do use log in, log out, log on, log off. I hope that's not too confusing. We do have a study guide for you to double check just in case. The next one we use this quite often, and you might hear this a lot with video chatting or a phone call. Hop on. Hop on. Hop on is to join quickly, especially joining a video chat or a phone call. I need to hop on a call this afternoon. Do you have time to hop on a call today?
Just about to hop on to a call. I'll be done at 2. My manager wants me to hop on Zoom quickly. So, just like log on and log off, hop on, hop off, hop off. Hop off is to leave a call on Zoom, Skype, or Teams. When you leave the room, you hop off. You finish, your account disappears. Maybe it continues without you, but you're gone. So, do you mind if I hop off? I have another meeting. Does anyone have any questions before we hop off?
I'm going to hop off the call. See you next week. Sorry, I have to hop off early. Have a good day, everyone. Similarly, we do use jump on and jump off. Hop is a little hop. Jump is a little bit bigger, so they are very similar. Jump on, hop on. Jump off, hop off. Our next one is look something over. Look something over. So this means to check or review something to make sure there aren't any mistakes. Mark, could you look this over for me? I looked everything over and it seems fine.
Have you had a chance to look over the document I sent you? The boss wants us to look it over before we give it to the customer. The next phrasal verb is sort out or sort things out. When you sort something out, you fix a problem or you organize it. So you could fix a mistake or fix something with a computer or organize a meeting, organize a conference or a training session. For example, there are still some issues we need to sort out with the system. We need to sort out who's coming to the training event next Friday.
I don't care how long it takes, just sort it out. I have to sort out this big mess with the client. So the next one is to set something up. Set something up, to set up. Now, we do have 2 different meanings for this one, and they both can be used at work, so we'll just explain both. To set something up, like a meeting or a call, is to plan something. We can also use this to set up a table, to set up a computer. It's to build something or to get something ready. So, can we set something up this week? Can we set something up next week? I'm not sure I have time to set up a meeting this week. I'm not sure I have time to set a meeting up this week. Can you set up the table and computer for the meeting, please? This would be build or put it together. Can you set up the table and computer for the meeting, please?
Another one that means to get something ready is, let me set up my laptop on the desk over there. I've already set up the projector in the conference room. Those examples are about getting some equipment ready. The next phrasal verb is to call off. Call off or call it off. If you call something off, you cancel it. You change your plan, you don't want to do it anymore, especially something you had scheduled for later. You call off a meeting for this afternoon. You don't have that meeting anymore. Nobody has to attend. For example, It's too late to call off the meeting now. The clients are here. Or should we just call it off and try again next week?
Since the boss is sick, the meeting was called off. The weather is just too bad. We'll have to call off the meetup. Our next one is to follow up. To follow up with someone or to follow something up is to keep working on something or to check on it to make sure that everyone is fine. Now, the paperwork is all finished, but I'd like to follow up with you tomorrow anyway. That means I'm going to talk to you again. I'm going to check in with you to make sure that everything is okay. I'd like to follow up with you tomorrow anyway. Do I need to make a follow-up call? No, that's fine. I'll check in with them.
If we don't hear from them by this afternoon, send them a follow-up email. Did you follow up with those latest reports? So our last phrasal verb is check in. If you check in, you make sure that everything is okay. Bosses love to check in and make sure that everyone is doing their work and the project is going smoothly and no one needs any help. So let's try and check in every 2 weeks and talk about your progress. Or, it's annoying when the boss is checking in on me every 20 minutes.
Just checking in. How are the reports coming? If you have time, can you check in with a client? They might be having trouble. Check in and follow up are quite similar, but I think the check in is the moment that you call them, you ask them, you see how things are going. I want to follow up with you means I want to continue working with you to check in and make sure everything's okay. So they are very similar. All right, there you go. 10 super useful phrasal verbs that you can use at work to speak English more fluently and confidently with your coworkers, your boss, and your clients.